Good morning. A few announcements before we start class. Um, First of all, I would like to make a series of apologies. There are a lot of people watching online, so I thank everyone for taking the time to watch these videos online. And some of you have been complaining about the sound quality as well as the video quality. First of all, I want to thank Carol and her team for making all this possible. But I need to remind people that this is an academic facility. This is not set up for a YouTube live stream. So I apologize if this is not up to par. But the Yale Beijing Center was not set up to be a YouTube live stream facility. It was set up to an academic exchange facility. Okay, that's point one. Point two is I made many factual mistakes yesterday. I've been making a lot of factual mistakes throughout this course. So to be honest with you, this is my first time reading the Divine Comedy in full. Okay, I've taught the Divine Comedy for the past 4 years, but it's always I skip through sections that I think are important so that I can teach it. Because my strategy is to teach to learn. So I basically learn what I need in order to teach. And that's been very unfair to Dante. So if I'm making mistakes, it's because a lot of this material is new to me. And so I see teaching as a process of co-creation, of co-discovery. Okay, so thank you for your patience and for your understanding. And again, what we're trying to do is we're trying to understand Dante thematically rather than factually. I hope that after class you do go and review what we've learned and make sure that you understand what's going on and to fix a lot of errors. And my third apology is that I got emotional yesterday, and I think a lot of it is that when I teach, I have a lot of goals in mind. I have a plan in mind, and I get very impatient when I lose focus. I like feedback. I like to be challenged, but sometimes when I am challenged too much, I get a bit get frustrated. Okay, so I apologize for that. Okay, so before we begin class, I want to address an issue from last class. Actually, first, before I begin, are there any questions from last class that you have? Okay, all right. So I want to address an issue from last class, which is the idea of lust. Okay, and we never really reached a satisfactory resolution to the problem, the sin of lust. Why would lust be an issue? And again, we have to assume that Donnie knows what he's doing. So unless we are able to explain it to ourselves clearly and explain it to others clearly, we have not arrived to the solution. Okay. So, Edward, when we were talking about lust yesterday, okay, you had a very interesting comment. Could you repeat that comment? Do you remember your comment about Picarda and Francisca, the parallels? You may not remember it, but oh, that was you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Jay. Okay, could you repeat that?
So there seems to be symmetry
Yes.
with regards to the looping. I don't know. It's like the ex-programmer in me is thinking like with Picarda, she's stuck in the loop, right, in the lower levels of heaven, and then where in hell we see that people in lust in that hurricane, tornado, as well as the people that are gluttonous, they're also stuck in an endless cycle, right? So I just appreciated that symmetry.
Yes. Okay. So the key to understanding the idea of lust is to appreciate the symmetry in the Divine Comedy. You also need to appreciate the totality of the Divine Comedy in that he's presenting a complete vision. Okay, so we know from Paradise, that Dante's ultimate message is to live a life of faith, hope, and love. he goes on to define these three concepts as faith is the imagination. To believe that God does exist, that heaven and hell exist, and that God loves us, okay? Without these things, it's hard to understand the world and arrive at truth. Hope is the idea of arrogance, where you have to believe that you do matter, and whatever you do impacts the universe. That's why people like Rachel, Ruth, Beatrice, Rebecca are next to God, because these are individuals who had no power, who had no status, but they chose to live a life of goodness, and as a result, God rewards them the most. Okay? Love is action, right? To not just be passive, but to be active. To believe that injustice anywhere is injustice everywhere, okay? And so, in other words, what Dante is really saying is to live a life of love and imagination. That is the ultimate message of the Divine Comedy. But now we have to reconcile this message with the theology of the Catholic Church at this time, and how people understand the world at this time. Now, in this time, there are the 7 deadly sins. And now, what's interesting is that Dante does put 4 of the 7 deadly sins in Inferno, right? They are lust, gluttony, greed, and wrath. Okay, so these 4 he does put in the Inferno. But there are 3 others that he does not actually put in the Inferno. He will put them in purgatory, but not Inferno. Okay? And they are envy, pride, and sloth. Okay? Basically laziness. All right. Okay. So what Dante does is he replaces these things with other things, okay? Basically, envy, pride, and sloth are not in the Inferno. You're not punished for these things, but you're punished for fraud, violence, and treachery. Okay? Not only that, but he separates the Inferno with geographic dividers. Okay? Remember how they crossed the Acheron River in order to access the Inferno, but then they also have to cross the river Styx to access Dis, which is the capital city of Inferno, okay? But even when we go inside Dis, we'll find that there are actually also major geographic dividers as well. So what Dante is suggesting is that the more you climb into hell, the greater the crime, okay? So we need to think about what the difference is amongst the different sins. And I mean, the most basic difference is lust, gluttony, greed, and wrath. There are things you do to yourself, okay? And violence, fraud, treachery are things you do to other people. Okay? That is the clearest difference. And why this matters is that with violence, fraud, and treachery, you are disrupting others' capacity to live a good life. All right? So that's point 1. Point 2 is, traditionally, these things, the 7 deadly sins, are an expression of the ego, right? It's like too much. You want things too much. You are expressing your ego too much. And that's why you have these 7 deadly sins. But we already said that in paradise, arrogance is key to hope. So how do you reconcile this dichotomy, right? And the answer is that what Dante is going to do is show that you have these things, lust, gluttony, greed, and wrath, because you don't have enough ego. Does that make sense? Not enough will. All right? Not enough will and desire. All right? So if we reread the Divine Comedy and you look at these 4 circles, lust, gluttony, greed, and wrath, it's like they don't have enough ego. They don't have enough will. They don't have enough hope. Okay? Do you have a question, Jay? Or?
Well, that's quite powerful to me because you're saying that it's a spectrum, like ego, free will, imagination is a spectrum.
Yes.
And it goes on the paradise side, positive, and and the lack of it causes that.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Exactly. Okay. So let me give you an example to illustrate this with will. Okay. With lust. So again, the story of lust is Francisca, who is married, but she falls in love with her husband's brother, and they have this illicit affair. The husband finds out and kills both of them. And what Francisca says is that, oh, what motivated me is I was reading these romance novels, and I was so enraptured by the plot, by the idea of falling in love with someone else, that I just did it, okay? And if you know your literature, you know that this is the plot line of Madame Bovary, right? But yes, right? That's exactly the plot line, okay? This, very bourgeoisie woman, she's bored, she reads these romance novels, and that's why she starts an affair, okay? So this is how he depicts lust. But normally we depict lust as maybe, the most common example is you really like a woman and you pay her a lot of money, right, for sex, prostitution, right? So this is a very different conception where in the normal understanding, prostitution, it's the expression of your ego. It's like, see, I have a lot of money, I can buy you out. Whereas with the Francisca story, it's not enough will and desire. It's like you are escaping your life, right? You're falling in love with an idea as opposed to a person, okay? And now to further illustrate this further, I'm going to give you 3 examples. And then what I want you guys to do is to rank them according to sin, okay? The first example is you love a woman and you give her, I don't know, $1 million to sleep with her, okay? Basically $1 million. Second is you fall in love with a beautiful actress, okay? Who knows? Like just anyone, okay? I don't actually know famous Hollywood actresses. Jennifer Lopez, maybe, okay? All right? So you spend the rest of your life writing love letters to Jennifer Lopez, okay? I seriously don't know that many Hollywood actresses. And the last thing you do is, okay, we are living in an age of AI, so you buy yourself an AI wife, okay? A robotic wife, right? Now, I want you guys to use your imagination and tell me, like, of these 3, which one is the worst? In Dante's opinion, which one is the absolute worst? Yes?
I think probably the third one, because you don't really need to like that much of like a strong will to process like a sex robot, and the second one will be the second like severe will be maybe like keep writing love letters to the Hollywood actress, because it's just like you're not really taking the actions, right? You're just like writing the love letters, and least the simple one is just to like to hire a prostitute to pay her $1 million. At least you're like
you don't pay a prostitute $1 million, man.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry. Yeah. All right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Any other interpretations or opinions? Yes.
I think the first one of giving the $1 million is the worst sin, and then the love letters is the second sin, and the AI wife is the third sin.
Okay, so explain your logic.
I think the $1 million is the worst sin because you can directly negatively affect someone else, because with the other two, like writing the love letters, they're just receiving your praise. With the AI wife, it's more damaging yourself. Whereas the first one, you're kind of coercing someone else into doing something bad. So it could affect her future capacity to love or have a connection.
Okay, anyone else? Yes?
I think if you fall in love with an actress, I mean, no matter what, he or she is a celebrity, right? So it doesn't mean that celebrity cannot be loved, but because love is free will, right? So you can love her, you can love anybody you want. This is real true love, I suppose. But AI wife is different because AI is not a real person. So I don't think the love can be produced, if you just fall in love with something. And also when you love with some people give them dollar. I think it's all right unless you don't only want sex, you want to have comfort. Maybe it's okay, just like you give your money to your wife, right?
Okay. Anyone else? Yes.
So in Dante's time, these aren't my opinions. In Dante's time, then they would see lust as natural and unnatural, and natural lust would lead to marriage and reproduction.
Yes.
And so, if God is love, you could not bring God into the number 3, the robots relationship. So that would be the worst.
Yes.
And there's a possibility that you fall in love with the prostitute and get married, or Jennifer Lopez falls in love with you and gets married and has babies, and that's good in God's eyes.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Good. Number 3. Yes. Anyone else? Yes.
So it's like the triangle theory of love. It's either eros, which is passion with the body, and then there's friendship, which is connection with the soul, and then commitment or something, which is leads into marriage. And so in that triangle, the prostitute fulfills the body part, so it's not as bad. It's one aspect of love. And then the letters for Jennifer Lopez is the soul connection or friendship aspect. But I think the worst is the robot one, because it's neither all three. Yeah.
Good. Okay, right. The obvious answer is number 3, okay? And how we know is we can actually go back and like use these 3 criteria: faith, hope, and love, okay? And I mean, there are different formulations. Both of you provide really good formulations. But the main reason is you basically given up on yourself, right? Think about it. Think about it. You marry a robotic wife. That is despair. You don't take yourself seriously anymore. Right? You're so lonely, you are so humiliated that you're like, you know what? I'll just go and marry a robotic wife. Just keep myself company. Okay? So for Dante and for the Catholic Church as well, number 3 is the worst possible sin, and it's the expression. Yes.
Didn't we say that sins that impact others are worse? So like the robotic wife is only concerning yourself, but giving $1 million would be abandoning yourself and also the other's life, because she has $1 million, then she's gonna go into a life of like spending and all. So it concerns 2-person, which I see as worse.
Right. You're right. Okay, so it's conditional. Okay, we're assuming that in number 1, she's a prostitute and she just agrees, right? Like she's willing to do this. We agree. But if she's been coerced to do it, then obviously number 1 is a lot worse, right? And we'll actually go into that as we descend into hell. Okay. So, but we're assuming like this is not impacting the other person. Okay. But thank you for that. Yes.
Can we also say it's 3 because it inspires the least imagination?
Exactly. Right. Yeah. So again, we have to think about the totality of the Divine Comedy, right? We want to live a life of faith, hope, and love. And living a life of faith, hope, and love means taking yourself seriously, okay? Like, don't be passive, be active. And number 3 is basically giving up life, okay? And that's why lust is a problem. Because lust is like you're escaping to a fantasy, right? Francesca is escaping to a fantasy. If she really loved the husband's brother, they would just elope together, right? But it's not like that. It's like, what she's doing is she's reading a romance novel, and she's trying to project her fantasies onto another person, right? And she doesn't really care who that person is. She has absolutely no feelings for that person. And when she does that, she's not taking herself seriously enough, right? She doesn't really have faith, hope, and love. Okay, does that make sense? So that helps us explain why lust is a problem and how it fits into the larger Dantean cosmology. All right? Any questions before I continue? All right. My next point is this. For the next 2-3 days, we will finish the Inferno. And the Inferno is very different from Paradiso. Okay? So think of Paradiso as ultimately... Sorry, this is... it's fine. Okay, thank you. Vision, okay? Or the apocalypse. So in thank you. So in the biblical tradition, in the religious tradition, the apocalypse means revelation. Okay, what God shows you, what the vision is. So think of Paradiso as Dante's last will and testament. He's telling us what his vision for the universe is, for the future, for us is. Okay, the Inferno is different. The Inferno is what we call prophecy. And you're like, wait a minute, aren't they the same thing? Okay, today, yes, they are the same thing. But back then, prophecy is very different from vision. Okay, prophecy is a critique of the present. Right? If you read the Bible, all these people, Isaiah, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, they've come down to criticize the Israelites, to like say, you guys are sinning. Okay, if you don't sin, God's going to come and punish you. Okay, that's what prophecy is. Not one of like fortune telling, but one of social critique. So that's what the Inferno is. It's fundamentally a social critique. And so what I want to do today is basically read the Inferno and understand it ultimately as Dante criticizing his society, the people around him. And also what I want to do is I want us to think about, do his criticisms of Florentine society apply to us today? Okay? Why this is important is that there's a really good reason why the Commedia, okay, at this time in history, when Dante wrote it, it's called La Commedia, but later on people will apply the word divine to it, meaning it is the word of God. Okay? Because Dante dies in the year 1321. And in the year 1321, when he dies, people don't really understand what's going on, right? Because we have in Paradise Peter lambasting the Catholic Church. We also have Beatrice, in her final words, cursing humanity, right? You guys are hopeless. We sent the Savior to you, and you ignored him, and you're all going to burn in hell, okay? And this is very much part of prophetic tradition, right? So if you're reading this in the year 1321, you just don't know what's going on. But then something happens in the year 1357 that convinces that everyone that Dante is a prophet. Do you know what happens in the year 1357 in Italy? Can you guys guess? I'm pretty sure you know what it is. Come on. This thing kills a lot of people. The Black Death, okay? And how would they interpret the Black Death? Divine retribution, divine judgment. Okay, do you understand? What happens after the Black Death is the Renaissance, right? When they fully embrace Dante. You guys understand the sequence of events? 1321, Dante dies, and he's cursing humanity and says, like, the heavens curse you, right? And everyone's like, well, you know, so what? 1357, the Black Death, where at least a third of Europe dies. Can you imagine that? A third of Europe dies. Some places it's even half or 3/4 of the population. Okay, this is a complete disaster. Okay, the worst possible calamity to befall on humanity at this time. And so you can only interpret this as divine retribution or judgment. Okay? All right. And Dante knows it's coming, right? Because all prophets knows it's coming. That's why they're so angry, right? They're like, you know, if you just read the Bible, whether it's Isaiah or Daniel or just any of the prophets, okay? They're really, really angry because they know it's coming. They know God will have his vengeance, will have his retribution, okay? But this again creates a paradox for us because if Dante knows it's coming and he's very angry, But he also says that God is all loving, all forgiveness, all mercy. How can we reconcile this paradox? What's the logic of this? Yes?
That God is trying to show humanity something.
No, he's not trying to show, right? Because a third of humanity will die. What's going on here? This is punishment? We just said that if you love someone, you don't punish someone. Okay, let's use your imagination, okay? Let's just say we're a parent. And we have a child for whatever reason, okay? We don't know why. But for whatever reason, this child has become a drug addict. And he or she commits a lot of crime in order to feed his or her drug addiction. If we truly love our child, what would we do? Yes?
Send him to the rehab. Send him to the rehabilitation.
Okay.
That would be like therapy.
Right. Any other suggestions? The person has
Kick him out.
call the police, right? Because he or she has stolen a lot of money, committed a lot of crimes in order to feed his or her drug addiction. He or she belongs in jail. Okay? Is this retribution? Is this vengeance? Or is it love? What's the difference?
Love.
But why is it love?
You're trying to control the amount of harm they have on other people.
Okay. Any other?
This you're bringing up the Good Samaritan issue in the Bible, where like the person who like helps them is actually enabling them, and the person that like ignores them makes them realize on their own their errors and fix themselves.
Okay, right, okay. So the logic is this. The logic is like, if you truly love someone, you want what's best for that person, right? You want that person to live the best possible life. That's what love is. And if the person is like, has a drug addiction, that person cannot live his or her best life. So you have to do something about it, okay? And like enabling it, sending him or her to rehab, that doesn't really solve the problem, okay? What you have to do is basically let him or her hit rock bottom before he or she can lift himself up, okay? Does that make sense? Okay, so apply this to the Black Death. Why would God unleash a Black Death? God didn't do this, but I'm saying like, why would people think it's God?
Humanity has a lot of problems, and God needs to make us reach rock bottom to realize our problems and fix them ourselves.
Right, okay. So that is the message of the Divine Comedy, okay? And it's the inverse of Catholic Church. The Catholic Church is, don't screw up and you go to heaven. And if you screw up, you go to hell, okay? So it's a high risk situation. For Dante, there is no risk. God will forgive you always. But because God will always forgive you always, that gives you responsibility to live your best life, okay? To live a life of faith, hope, and love. And if you cannot live that, even if you want to live that, you cannot live that, then God will intervene in a way that permits you to live that, okay? So another saying this is, society has become so corrupt, has become so evil, so sinful, that an ordinary person like Dante cannot live a life of faith, hope, and love anymore. In that situation, there will be divine judgment, okay? God has to intervene, because if God truly loves us, God needs to ensure that we have the opportunity to live a life of hope, faith, and love. All right? Yes?
I agree with you, Professor, and also it make me recall memory that if your for example family member just being in the sick bed, right, and keep waiting for death, and at that time I think a lot of people just don't believe in money, they believe in God, because only the God can give him back, or can just let him recover. So maybe God is trying to test people and just let them to know that what if chasing for the money, the power is useless in front of the illness, right? Just like, the so right now, we can call it COVID-19, right? So Maybe. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. So to start off our discussion of Dante as a prophet, okay, as a social critic, as someone who is telling people that divine vengeance is coming, this is a comment from YouTube. It's the same person who commented about Peter and the coin. Okay, it's a very good comment. So we're gonna read it to like understand Dante as a prophet. Okay, Carol, could you read, please?
It is wild how many people in this lecture treat Dante like a harmless academic monument, completely missing why he was a true hero for the people. Dante Alighieri was not born into absolute luxury or the elite upper class. As the son of a low-level moneylender, he had to completely hustle his way through his academics, using sheer intellectual genius to break into elite philosophical and geometric circles. He was also a hardened combat veteran who fought on the front lines as a cavalryman for the Florentine army at the bloody Battle of Campaldino in 1289. He was a champion who used his hard-earned political power to protect ordinary citizens from a corrupt, predatory establishment. In 1300, he was elected as the ruling minister of Florence and immediately passed bold laws to strip the corrupt local Franciscan inquisitor of his power, stopping the church from weaponizing heresy checklists to extort bribes and plunder the financial purses of wealthy families. Dante even sacrificed his own personal life for the law, voting to exile his own best friend to keep the peace and prove that justice belongs to the people, not political factions. The papal establishment struck back with absolute malice. Pope Boniface VIII lured Dante to Rome on a fake diplomatic mission while secretly launching a military coup that tore down Dante's home, seized all his assets, and locked his name into the infamous Book of the Nail Registry, sentencing him to be burned alive at the stake. Forced into a brutal 19-year exile as a hunted fugitive, Dante never backed down. He proved that the ultimate weapon against a blood-soaked political apparatus is radical, uncensored love and spiritual freedom. He used his poetry to expose the rulers who financialized grace, putting corrupt popes in hell while they were still alive, while preaching that the entire universe is actually powered by his decentralized, unbannable divine love that no empire can ever trap behind a paywall. The institution was so terrified of his message of human liberation that in 1329, Cardinal Bertrand de Pouget sent armed men to dig up his dead body and burn his bones to ashes, forcing local Franciscan monks to hide his skeleton in a wall for centuries. Dante was a rogue insider who gave up his wealth, his status, and his safety to shield the divine spark and build an eternal escape hatch for humanity.
Okay, so of course there's a bit of exaggeration in it, okay? But the essence is very much true. He was a prophet, and this is the life of a prophet, one of constant alienation, persecution, and exile. All right, and there's no other way. He chose to live a life of faith, hope, and love. And when he cannot do that, then he knows that society is unjust. When society is unjust, then God will eventually have to intervene, okay? And that's why in Paradiso, in this place of grace and mercy and love, Peter and Beatrice will go on this tirade against humanity, okay? It is a promise of divine judgment, all right? And so we will, what we'll do today and tomorrow, and we will focus on what's going on in Florentine society to make Dante demand divine vengeance, retribution, okay? Not only is he a prophet telling people that divine retribution is coming, but he's also a messenger of God, an angel who is demanding from God divine retribution and judgment, okay? All right, so we're going to pick up from Inferno. Where did we end last time? Okay, so let's do number 10, okay? All right. But are there any questions about this before we start reading? Again, the goal for today and tomorrow is to figure out what's going on in Florentine society to make Dante so angry at the world. Okay? Why does he feel so hopeless? All right. Okay. All right. So let's.
Okay. Canto 10. Now, by a narrow path that ran between those torments and the ramparts of the city, my master moves ahead, I following. O highest virtue, you who lead me through these circles of transgression at your will, do speak to me and satisfy my longings. Can those who lie within the sepulchres be seen? The lids, in fact, have all been lifted, no guardians watching over them. And he to me, they'll all be shuttered up when they return here from Jehoshaphat, together with the flesh they left above. Within this region is the cemetery of Epicurus and his followers, all those who say the soul dies with the body. And so the question you have asked of me will soon find satisfaction while we're here, as will the longing you have hid from me.
Okay, all right. So remember where we are. Okay, we've crossed the river Styx, and we are now in the city of Dis, which is the capital of hell. And so we are now meeting the worst offenders. These are people who have not only sinned against themselves, but they've sinned against others, especially God. And the first people we meet are the heretics. Okay, the people who have misled people from God. And their punishment is they basically lie in these tombs and they're burning to death. And Virgil says the main heresy is the Epicurus and his followers. The Epicureans believe that there is no soul, there's no heaven and hell. So all that means is while you're on earth, just have a blast, man. Have a feast. Eat the best food. Have sex every day. Wear the best clothes. Just enjoy yourself. And for Dante, this is just pure heresy, okay? He hates this idea. Because if you think about it, why he hates this idea is that it completely removes the need for faith, hope, and love, right? If there's nothing after this, why have faith? Why have hope? Why have love? Okay, so for Dante, he takes great offense at the Epicureans, and everyone that's burning here are the Epicureans. Okay? All right, let's keep on going.
Line 19. And I, good guide, the only reason I have hid my heart was that I might speak briefly, and you, long since, encouraged me in this. O Tuscan, you who pass a life across the fiery city with such seemly words, be kind enough to stay your journey here. Your accent makes it clear that you belong among the natives of the noble city I may have dealt with so vindictively.
Okay, so Dante and Virgil are talking, and then someone overhears them. This is Cavalcante, who is someone that Dante knew very well, okay? Cavalcante. And Cavalcante hears Dante's accent and says, hey, you must be from Florence. Let's talk, okay? All right, keep on going.
Line 28. This sound had burst so unexpectedly out of one sepulchre that, trembling, I then drew a little closer to my guide. But he told me, turn around, what are you doing? That's Renato, who has risen there. You'll see all of him from the waist up. My eyes already were intent on his, and up he rose, his forehead and his chest, as if he had tremendous scorn for hell. My guide, his hands encouraging and quick, thrust me between the sepulchres toward him, saying, your words must be appropriate. When I draw closer to his sepulchre, he glanced at me, and as if in disdain, he asked of me, who were your ancestors? Because I wanted so to be compliant, I hid no thing from him. I told him all. At this, he lifted up his brows a bit, then said, they were ferocious enemies of mine and of my parents and my party, so that I had to scatter them twice over. If they were driven out, I answered him, they still returned, both times, from every quarter. But yours were never quick to learn that art. At this, there rose another shade alongside, uncovered to my sight down to his chin. I think that he had risen on his knees. He looked around me just as he longed to see if I had come with someone else, but then his expectations bent, he said, in tears. If it is your high intellect that lets you journey here, through this blind prison, where is my son? Why is he not with you?
Okay, so this is very important, okay? So let's explain what's going on. Dante is talking to someone, and then someone else overhears, and this person is Cavalcante. Sorry, I misspoke, okay? The first shade is not Cavalcante. The second shade is Cavalcante. And Cavalcante knows it's Dante. And Cavalcante says, if it is your high intellect that lets you journey here, where's my son, okay? What is important is that the son of the shade, his name is Guido. And Guido and Dante are competitors. They're both poets. They're trying to be the best poet in Florence, right? And what Cavalcante is saying to Dante is, hey, if you are able to make it here with your poetry, then where's my son? Right? He's at least equal to you. It doesn't make sense. All right. So let's see what Dante says.
Line 61. I answered, my own powers have not brought me. He who waits me there leads me through here, perhaps to one your Guido did disdain. His words, the nature of his punishment, these had already let me read his name. Therefore my answer was so fully made. Then suddenly erect, he cried, what's that? He did disdain? He's not still alive? The sweet light does not strike against his eyes? And when he noticed how I hesitated a moment in my answer, he fell back supine and did not show himself again.
Okay, so this is a really crucial scene, okay? So imagine what's going on. Cavalcante asks Dante, where is my son? And Dante is like, God disdains him. And then Cavalcante is like, then my son is dead. And Dante knows for a fact that his son is not dead. Okay? But Dante does not correct him. All right? Do you guys understand what's going on? Here's the question. Why is Dante doing this? Okay, let's imagine if it were you, right? Like, you meet the father of your friend, and your father says, why isn't your friend, and the father says, why isn't my son with you? What should your answer be?
Maybe just tell them the truth if I were the friend.
Yeah, just tell him like he's living a great life back in Florence. That's why he couldn't be here, right? But instead, Dante kind of lies and says, well, it's your son is kind of dead. Why would he do that? Yes?
I mean, so that the father knows that the son is not in hell, because if he was dead, well, I mean, because he is in hell, so if his son were dead, then he would know if he would be in hell, so...
That's a generous explanation, but you're still lying. You know he's alive back in Florence, right? Why would he do that? Yes?
Oh, he's in hell. Go with the flow, right? Like, I noticed too, like as we descend, further we descend, his responses seem to be more pious, more cruel.
Okay, all right. So let me tell you a story, okay? This happened in China, where there were two students at Tsinghua University, or was it Peking University? I can't remember, okay? But one of the top universities in China. And they're best friends. And they're roommates. And one of the girls receives a graduate offer from Princeton University, okay? And she's not in a dorm. It's her classmate who gets it, okay? So what does the classmate do? They're best friends. They've been dorm mates for the past 4 years. They're both aspiring to go to the Ivy League. One of them gets in. The envelope comes to the other person. What does the other person do with that envelope? Can you guys guess? She throws it away.
Isn't there like email now?
I understand
happened long
that.
time
Thank you. I'm
ago.
saying like before in the 90s, okay? Why would that happen?
Jealousy?
Yeah. Can you but let's explain this, okay? Let's film this. They've been living together for 4 years, right? They're at the best university in the world. Regardless of what happens, both will live great lives, right? Even if they stay in China, they're still going to be great people. They'll be rich and all that. Yes?
I think it's the fact that it's harder to accept the person you are the closest with, who are equal to you in every way, at least in your eyes, suddenly got so elevated out of you. So there's also allegory that if a crab is trying to climb out of the bowl, the other crabs will grab him down.
No, okay, I understand that.
Kind of the
Okay,
same
that's correct. Yes, I understand. But I'm saying like, what sort of culture, what sort of environment would create that, right? Because in theory, right, you would want the best for your friend. You like if you receive the envelope, you would open it and you'd be like, "Oh my God, my best friend got into Princeton. Let me tell the whole world. Let's organize a big surprise party for her." Right? That's what you should naturally do. So the question I'm asking is like, what sort of culture, what sort of environment, what sort of society would make someone do that? Yes.
A culture that
Oh, sorry. You and Jay, okay?
That could be meritocracy, because if you think you provided the same efforts, then if someone has something, you.
It's the meritocracy, okay? It's the meritocracy. This is the key. Yes. Okay. And how do we know it's a meritocracy? Because we live in it. Okay. We know exactly what happens in the meritocracy. All these students. But did you?
just to add, I think that was what I was trying to say. Also, you see this a lot in sibling rivalry.
Yes.
Too, because the closer you are to another person, the more it impacts you, their success, so you know.
Right. So a meritocracy is a high pressure, winner takes all, unforgiving culture, right? Well, Dante and Guido are competing to be the best poet in Italy. And right now, who's probably in the lead? No, the other guy, okay? Right? You understand?
Yeah.
That's why he tears up that envelope. He's like, screw this. You understand? Okay? So there's a lot of things going on. And that's why this is a great story, because it shows you how sinful Dante is, right? He's full of fear, anger, and hatred. But at the same time, it gives you a glimpse into the larger Florentine society where only the best are appreciated, everyone else is discarded. Right? And it's no different from today, because back then it was a bit of a meritocracy, but today it's also a meritocracy. And do you guys like living in a meritocracy? Probably not, okay? I mean, I don't, but I mean, you could, okay? But so do you guys understand this? Okay, what's going on? Yes?
It's a culture of winners and losers, right? Whenever in a pure meritocracy, it will be a hierarchical, and obviously by numbers, sheer number of souls being happy, you'd have less of it, right?
Right, okay. And ideally, you would live in a society of community, right, where people are helping each other. But here in Florence at this time, it's winner take all. It's yes?
But meritocracy gives equal chances to, relatively can give equal chances to people who were not born, or who didn't win the birth lottery. And also, you could say it has high efficiency.
Yes, that's what you were taught. But yes?
I see some quite interesting parallels between the meritocracy argument and how we saw in Paradiso the arguments against logic, because it's this idea that, oh, we have this system and through logic or pure meritocracy we will come to some ideal solution, but we see both with meritocracy and the idea of logic that we don't. There's something deeper there.
Yeah, I mean, let's think about how schools work nowadays, right? Kids go in and they compete against each other on tests. And if you do well on tests, you're smart. If you don't do well on tests, you're stupid. And the smart kids are funneled into elite universities where they compete against more people. Then they are funneled into life where they compete against more people, right? Are these kids happy? Probably not, okay? So then you ask yourself, what's the point of this? Yes?
So what would be the opposite of meritocracy? You know, what other system would you put in place rather than meritocracy?
Okay. Well, what are some other options we have?
Because to me, intuitively, the opposite of meritocracy is like nepotism or favoritism or birthright and that stuff.
Okay, so yeah, you're right. Okay, so one possibility is the aristocracy, right? Where you have nobility in charge and they're in charge forever. Why would that be a bad system? Yes.
Because power is inherited, so you have to win the birth lottery in aristocracy. Some nobility is passed down through blood, and other people cannot have a chance.
Okay, so there's no social mobility, yes?
Yeah, I mean, if the same people are in power, and then the parents always like give their same values to their children, then nothing will ever change. So there will be no like mobility, social mobility, no that like change basically.
So you're saying we have social mobility in a meritocracy?
More than in I would say more than in an aristocracy.
Okay. I suggest going to an elite university and like just doing a study of like how many rich kids there are there, okay? As opposed to like poor kids. Yes?
Yeah, isn't half of all elite universities like legacy?
Yes. I appreciate that. Yes. Yes.
And are
yes.
you calling that a meritocracy then? It seems like
Yeah, that's a problem, right? Like, yes?
Yeah, I was just gonna say meritocracy. That's why it's just a label, right? It's whatever we want to call it. It's just using the same stick to measure society, like money, like all these prestige and all that, right?
Okay, so okay, we have a situation where basically half the kids at these elite universities, but not at Yale, right? No, not at Yale. So at least half the kids there are legacies. So it's basically an aristocracy or an oligarchy, okay? How are they different from previous nobility? Yes?
I feel like in a meritocracy, people value their own personal skill more than where they come from and like the connections that they have. For example, in a meritocracy, we value education. We value people who have skill and talent, and we value like critical thinking and problem solving and all these skills rather than like who your family is and what your birthright is.
Is that really true? Yes.
So I think meritocracy is like an upgrade from aristocracy, which is purely legacy. So like right now in America, elite university, if you read Columbia professors, The Excellent Sheep, it talks about the problem of meritocracy, that kids in elite universities think that they earn their place by hard work. But I also learned about educational philosophy and research. We know that socioeconomic status have a bigger impact on the kids' IQ than the IQ itself. Like, on the kids' academic performance than their brain powers and everything else combined. And so therefore, meritocracy today, it is still in a way affected by aristocracy. But if you truly believe in meritocracy, you'll be like, oh, I earned all this because I worked so hard, and you didn't know that your parents actually also gave you the birth lottery.
Yeah, so that's the first problem with meritocracy, okay? Yes, I know meritocracy is about fairness, but why is it then that we live in a point in history when there's never been much more inequality and lack of social mobility, okay? This is just economically true. There's just, like this time in history, the year we're living in now is the most unequal in human history, okay? And a lot of the reason is that people who've been for meritocracy think they deserved it, right? So they are much more likely to increase inequality because they think that it's just fair. Whereas before, nobility, at least they were embarrassed about it, right? Okay, that's the first problem. Second problem is, I don't think it's actually true that in meritocracy, people care about skills and talent. I think in meritocracy, people care more about credentials, right? And sometimes credentials and skills are not the same thing. Okay, so again, we're just thinking about our context and how to apply it to Dante's context. Okay, but regardless, one major issue at this time in history in Florence is the competition among people, so that they think that they're all enemies. Even friends think they're enemies. Okay, and this anecdote illustrates that. Right, and I mean like what Dante did. Is it pretty bad?
Cool.
It's cruel, right? I mean, it's no different from the classmate whipping up that Princeton offer, right? And just like hiding it from her classmate. It's pretty cruel. And that's the idea here, where this competition is leading people to the greatest cruelty, unimaginable cruelty. Like the father is dead, man. The father is burning in hell,
Yeah, it's
and you
like
still have to
killing him
punish him.
twice.
Excuse me?
It's like killing him twice.
Yeah,
Poor guy.
right? Because like your only consolation if you're burning in hell is, well, at least my son is doing well back in Florence. He's still a great poet, right? Because like obviously him asking the question just shows him how proud he is of his son, right? If you, Dante, can get here, well, so can my son, right? So it's this love for the son, and that pisses Dante off. It's like, no, your son is also burning in hell. Thank you very much. Okay, all right. But you see how this one story is just revealing to us a larger social context. Okay, all right. Let's keep on going.
Line 73. But that great-hearted one, the other shade at whose request I'd stayed, did not change aspect or turn aside his head or lean or bend, and taking up his words where he'd left off. If they were slow, he said, to learn that art, that is more torment to me than this bed. And yet the lady whose ruler here will not have her face kindled 50 times before you learn how heavy is that art. And so may you return to the sweet world. Tell me, why are those citizens so cruel against my kin and on all of their decrees?
Okay, so now Donnie's left Cavalcante because Cavalcante is in despair, right? And now he's talking to Farinita. And Farinita is also contemporary of Dante. And Farinita is an aristocrat who led Dante's enemies to conquer Florence. Remember, at this time, Florence is in a civil war between the Ghibellines, who are aristocrats, nobility, and the Guelphs. The Guelphs are merchants. They are the middle class, okay? And Dante belongs to the Guelphs, okay? So this is a class warfare. And the Ghibellines are supported by the Holy Roman Emperor, and the Guelphs are supported by the Pope. Eventually, the Guelphs themselves will fracture between the black Guelphs and the white Guelphs, okay? But the Farinita, he is a Ghibelline, okay? He's an aristocrat, okay? All right, keep on reading.
Line 85. To which I said, the carnage, the great bloodshed that stains the waters of the Arbia red have led us to such prayers in our temple. He sighed and shook his head, then said, in that I did not act alone, but certainly I'd not have joined the others without cause. But where I was alone was there where all the rest would have annihilated Florence, had I not interceded forcefully.
Okay, so this is a very famous episode from this history where after the Ghibellines take over Florence, they want to kill all the Guelphs, okay? They want to kill all the families of the Guelphs and destroy all the property of the Guelphs. And Farinita, he intervenes and says, no, we can't do that because this is Florence. We are first and foremost citizens of Florence, and then we are Ghibellines, then we are partisans, okay? So he heroically saves Florence, and Dante is paying him homage here. Okay, keep on going.
Line 94. Ah, as I hope your seed may yet find peace, I asked, so may you help me to undo the knot that here has snarled my course of thought. It seems, if I hear right, that you can see beforehand that which time is carrying, but you're denied the sight of present things. We see, even as men who are farsighted, those things, he said, that are remote from us. The highest Lord allots us that much light. But when events draw near, or are, our minds are useless. Were we not informed by others, we should know nothing of your human state. So you can understand how our awareness will die completely at the moment when the portal of the future has been shut. Then, as if penitent for my omission, I said, will you now tell that fallen man, his son, is still among the living ones? And if a while ago I held my tongue before his question, let him know it was because I had in mind the doubt you've answered.
Okay, so here Dante is so embarrassed. He tells Farinita, I can't go back to Cavalcante and apologize, right? But could you do it for me, please? Okay? All right? So again, it shows you how problematic Dante is at this stage in his life, right? He's full of fear, hatred, and envy. Keep on going.
Line 115. And now my master was recalling me so that, more hurriedly, I asked the spirit to name the others who were there with him. He said, more than 1,000 lie with me. The second, Frederick, is but one among them, as is the cardinal. I name no others. With that, He hid himself, and pondering the speech that seemed to me so menacing, I turned my steps to meet the ancient poet. He moved ahead, and as we made our way, he said to me, "Why are you so dismayed?" I satisfied him, answering him fully. And then that sage exhorted me, "Remember the words that have been spoken here against you. Now pay attention." And he raised his finger. "When you shall stand before the gentle splendor of one whose gracious eyes see everything, then you shall learn from her your lifetime's journey." Following that, his steps turned to the left, leaving the wall and moving toward the middle along a path that strikes into a valley whose stench, as it rose up, disgusted us.
Okay, so, Virgil sees the anguish in Dante's face, and so Virgil asks, "What's wrong?" And Dante explains, "Well, because I lied to Cavalcante and told him his son was dead." And Virgil is like, "Focus on your mission, Dante. Okay, you are about to meet Beatrice. Focus on that." All right. Let's go to 11, please.
Canto 11. Along the upper rim of a high bank formed by a ring of massive broken boulders, we came above a crowd more cruelly pent. And here, because of the outrageous stench thrown up in excess by that deep abyss, we drew back till we were behind the lid of a great tomb, on which I made out this, inscribed, "I hold Pope Anastasius enticed to leave the true path by Photinus. It would be better to delay descent so that our senses may grow somewhat used to this foul stench, and then we can ignore it." So said my master, and I answered him, "Do find some compensation, lest this time be lost." And he, "You see, I've thought of that. My son, within this ring of broken rocks," he then began, "there are 3 smaller circles, like those that you're leaving, they range down. Those circles are all full of cursed spirits, so that your seeing of them may suffice. Learn now the how and why of their confinement. A very malice that earns hate in heaven, injustice is the end, and each such end by force or fraud brings harm to other men. However, fraud is man's peculiar vice. God finds it more displeasing, and therefore the fraudulent or lower suffering more."
Okay, so they're descending down to hell, and they will first enter the circle of violence. And there are 3 different types of violence, okay? Violence against others, violence against yourself, suicide, and violence against God. Okay? That's the circle of violence. And then they'll go even further down to the circle of fraud. Okay, so what Virgil tells Dante is that fraud is worse than violence. Can someone guess why that be the case? Why wouldn't Dante's framework, fraud is worse than violence? Like violence is like you kill someone, right? But what's fraud? Fraud is just you lie to someone. Why is that different? Yes?
Because fraud impacts the imagination of someone, and you like destroy a part of their reality for to something that's not even true. So when you kill someone, they're dead, but when you like lie to someone, you kill their perception of reality, which is even worse because they can't experience life as it is, but they have to live up to a lie.
Exactly. That's exactly correct. Yes. Okay. So did you want to add to that, or? Okay. All right. So again, the framework, right? Dante wants us to live a life of faith, hope, and love. But for that to happen, you have to have faith. But if people are lying to you all the time, right, or people are cheating you all the time, that makes you question reality itself. That makes you question your own faith. And so that's problematic, okay? Whereas if someone does violence to you, it's like, well, the guy's an asshole or whatever, okay? Okay, let's keep on going.
Line 28. The violent take all of the first circle, but since one uses force against 3 persons, that circle's built of 3 divided rings. To God and to oneself and to one's neighbor, I mean to them or what is theirs, one can do violence, as you shall now hear clearly. Violent death and painful wounds may be inflicted on one's neighbor. His possessions may suffer ruin, fire, and extortion. Thus murderers and those who strike in malice, as well as plunderers and robbers, these in separated ranks the first ring racks. A man can set violent hands against himself or his belongings, so within the second ring repents. Though uselessly, whoever would deny himself your world, gambling away, wasting his patrimony, and weeping where he should instead be happy. One can be violent against the Godhead, one's heart denying and blaspheming him and scorning nature and the good in her. So with sign, the smallest ring has sealed both Sodom and cohorts and all of those who speak in passionate contempt of God. Now fraud, that eats away at every conscience, is practiced by a man against another who trusts in him, or one who has no trust. This latter way seems only to cut off the bond of love that nature forges, thus nestled within the second circular.
Okay, so again, here explains it, right? The problem with fraud is it destroys people's capacity to trust. Without trust, there can be no love. Okay, that's why it's worse than violence. Okay, keep on going.
Line 58. Hypocrisy and flattery, sorcerers and falsifiers, simony and theft, and barraters and panders, and like trash. And in the former way of fraud, not only the love that nature forges is forgotten, but added love that builds a special trust. Thus, in the tightest circle where there is the universe's center, seat of dis, all traitors are consumed eternally. Master, your reasoning is clear indeed, I said. It has made plain for me the nature of this pit and the population in it. But tell me, those the dense marsh holds, or those driven before the wind, or those on whom rain falls, or those who clash with such harsh tongues, why are they not all punished in the city of flaming red if God is angry with them? And if he's not, why then are they tormented?
Okay, all right. So the last three major circles are fraud, violence, fraud, and treachery. Why is treachery the worst possible sin? Yes?
Because society-wide treachery will have knock-on effects, because if you're treacherous to someone else, then they're more likely to do it to someone else, and
Exactly,
destroys
okay?
society.
Exactly. That's the idea, right? Where love is a virtuous circle, but treachery is a vicious circle. If you're betrayed by someone else, your first instinct is to go betray another person, right? It's a chain of events. That's why treachery is the worst possible, because it is altering the very fabric of reality itself, okay? Fraud distorts your perception of reality. It makes you misperceive reality, but treachery makes you want to shape reality against God. And that's why it's the worst possible sin. Okay, does that make sense? All right, let's keep on going.
Line 76. And then to me, why does your reason wander so far from its accustomed course, he said, or of what other things are you now thinking? Have you forgotten, then, the words with which your ethics treats of those three dispositions that strikes at heaven's will, incontinence and malice and mad bestiality? And how the fault that is the least condemned and least offends God is incontinence. If you consider carefully this judgment and call to mind the souls of upper hell who bear their penalties outside the city, you'll see why they have been set off from these unrighteous ones, and why, when heaven mentions hammers at them, it carries lesser anger.
Okay, so Dante is asking, like, why is hell partitioned in this way? And Virgil says, well, because of incontinence, malice, and mad bestiality, okay? Incontinence is basically, you're not taking yourself seriously. You lack will, right? That's why lust and wrath and greed and gluttony are outside of the capital city. Okay, they're not that serious. You're just doing harm to yourself. Whereas if you go into this and you see heresy and fraud, it's malice to other people. Okay, that's why they have to be punished separately. Okay, let's keep on going.
91. O sun that heals all sight that is perplexed, when I ask you, your answer so contents that doubting pleases me as much as knowing. Go back a little to that point, I said, where you told me that usury offends divine goodness, unravel now that knot. Philosophy, for one who understands, points out, and not just in one place, he said, how nature follows, as she takes her course, the divine intellect and divine art. If you read your physics carefully, not many pages from the start, you'll see that when it can, your art would follow nature, just as a pupil imitates his master, so that your art is almost God's grandchild. From these two art and nature, it is fitting, if you recall how Genesis begins, for men to make their way to gain their living, and since the usurer prefers another pathway, he scorns both nature in herself and art, her follower. His hope is elsewhere. But follow me, for it is time to move. The fishes glitter now on the horizon, all the weight is spread out over a chorus. Only beyond can one climb down the cliff.
Why are money lenders punished? Why are usurers punished? Why are bankers punished? And Dante comes from a banking family, by the way, right? His father was a money lender. What's the problem with usurers? Yes.
Maybe because fraud, because the banker they always try to keep telling line.
No, it's not fraud. It's something else. What is it?
I think in the Bible it was a sin to lend money and everything because it doesn't produce any actual good. It's like using money to make money, so you don't actually pay or work hard, to earn your money.
Right, exactly. Okay, so do you understand this idea, right? Faith, hope, and love is that you are part of the creation process. You are a co-creator with God. But with money lending, you're charging interest. So you are basically exploiting other people's capacity to co-create with God. You're not doing anything. You're just charging interest. Does that make sense? Yes?
So my initial guess was that it was related to like the Jewish ability to lend money where the Christian had a prohibition against it. But you just said that Dante's family were moneylenders. So can you reconcile the difference that Dante is now committing his father to hell, essentially?
Yeah. So this is like really interesting, okay? But if you contrast, if you just look at everyone from Dante's life, okay, the vast majority of them are actually in hell, okay? Some of them in purgatory. There's exactly one, his great-grandfather, who is in heaven. And that's a great thing about Dante, right? He's like, don't think about family. Don't think about friends. Think about God's justice. Think about what God's will is. Think about things objectively. And if you can go beyond faction, if you can go beyond family, then God's reasoning will make sense to you. Yes?
I think that's what Jesus also preached him.
Exactly.
He told all his disciples that they should all leave their families behind and start a new life where they are not bound to their,
Right. And like,
values.
if you think about it, the greatest act of faith, hope, and love at this time in history is to leave your family behind, right? Because like at this time, the only thing you can depend on is your family, right? So what both Jesus and Dante are saying is live a life of justice and God will support you. Okay? And that's a life of faith, love, and hope. Okay? All right, let's keep on going.
Canto 12. The place that we had reached for our descent along the bank was alpine. What reclined upon that bank would too repel all eyes. Just like the toppled mass of rock that struck because of earthquake or eroded props, the adige on its flank, this side of Trent, where from the mountain top from which it thrusts down to the plain, the rock is shattered so that it permits a path for those above. Such was the passage down to that ravine, and at the edge of above the cracked abyss, there lay outstretched the infamy of Crete, conceived within the counterfeited cow, and catching sight of us, he bit himself like one whom fury devastates within. Turning to him, my sage cried out, "Perhaps you think this is the Duke of Athens here, who in the world above brought you your death. Be off, you beast. This man who comes has not been tutored by your sister. All he wants is coming here is to observe your torment."
So this is the Monitor, and of course the person who kills the Monitor is Theseus, who becomes the first king of Athens. Okay, that's just a mythological reference. It doesn't really matter for the story. Keep on going.
Line 22. Just as the bull that breaks loose from its halter the moment it receives the fatal stroke and cannot run but plunges back and forth, so did I see the Minotaur respond, and my alert guide cried, "Run toward the pass, it's better to descend while he's berserk." And so we made our way across that heap of stones which often moved beneath my feet because my weight was somewhat strange for them. While climbing down, I thought, he said, "You wonder perhaps about that fallen mass watched over by the inhuman rage I have just quenched. Now I would have you know the other time that as I descended into lower hell, this mass of boulders had not yet collapsed. But if I reason rightly, it was just before the coming of the One who took from this the highest circle of splendid spoils, that on all sides the steep and filthy valley had trembled so. I thought the universe felt love, by which, as some believe, the world has often been converted into chaos. And at that moment, here as well as elsewhere, these ancient boulders toppled in this way. But fix your eyes below upon the valley, for now we're near the stream of blood, where those who injure others violently boil. O blind cupidity and insane anger, which goad us on so much in our short life, then steep us in such grief eternally. I saw a broad ditch bent into an arc so that it could embrace all of that plain, precisely as my guide had said before. Between it and the base of the embankment raced files of centaurs who were armed with arrows, as in the world above they used to hunt. On seeing us descend, they all reined in, and after they had chosen bows and shafts, 3 of their number moved out from their ranks. And still far off one cried, "What punishment do you approach as you descend the slope? But speak from here, if not, I draw my bow." My master told him, "We shall make reply only to Chiron. When we reach his side, your hasty will has never served you well." Then he nudged me and said, "That one is Nessus, who died because of lovely Deianira, and of himself wrought vengeance for himself." In the middle, gazing at his chest, is mighty Chiron, tutor of Achilles. The third is Pholus, he who was so frenzied. And many thousands wheeled around the moat, their arrows aimed at any soul that thrusts above the blood more than its guilt allots. By now we had drawn near those agile beasts. Chiron drew out an arrow with a notch. He parted his beard back upon his jaws. When he'd uncovered his enormous mouth, he said to his companions, "Have you noticed how he who walks behind moves what he touches? Dead souls are not accustomed to do that." And my good guide, now near the centaur's chest, the place where his 2 natures met, replied, "He's indeed alive, and so alone it falls to me to show him the dark valley. Necessity has brought him here, not pleasure. For she who gave me this new task was one who had just come from singing Hallelujah. He's no robber, I'm not a thief. But by the power that permits my steps to journey on so wild a path, give us one of your band to serve as our companion, and let him show us where to ford the ditch. And let him bear this man upon his back, for he's no spirit who can fly through air." Then Chiron wheeled about and right and said to Nessus, "Then return and be their guide. If other troops disturb you, fend them off." Now with our faithful escort we advanced along the blood-red boiling ditch's banks beside the piercing cries of those who boiled. I saw some who were sunk up to their brows, and that huge centaur said, "These are the tyrants who plunged their hands in blood and plundering. Here they lament their ruthless crimes. Here both Alexander and the fierce Dionysius, who brought such years of grief to Sicily. That brow with hair so black is Azzolino. That other there, the blonde one, is Obizzo of Este, he who is indeed undone within the world above by his fierce son."
Okay, all right. So they are in the first place of violence, and these are people who commit violence against others. And for their sin, what's happening is that they are drowning in a boiling lake. Okay, and if they ever try to get out of it, centaurs come and shoot arrows at them. Okay, that's what they've done to other people. Okay, now inside this boiling lake is Alexander the Great. What's problematic about this? Why would this be paradoxical? What's the paradox here? When you think of Alexander the Great, who else do you think of?
Genghis Khan.
Genghis Khan. Who else?
Napoleon.
Napoleon. Who else?
Hitler.
Okay, guys, this is year 1300, okay? So let's not go too far. They don't even know who Genghis Khan is at this time, okay? But I'm saying, like, in year 1300, if you think of Alexander the Great, who do you think of?
Caesar.
Julius Caesar, right? Where's Julius Caesar? He's in limbo. I don't understand what's going on here. Why is Alexander the Great in the circle of violence, but Julius Caesar is in limbo? They did the same thing, right? They're both great conquerors. They killed a lot of people for their own personal glory. Why would Alexander the Great be in here, the circle of violence, and the Julius Caesar is like in limbo? Why would that happen? Yes?
I mean, my guess is like if Dante has Virgil as his guide, Virgil cannot like see Caesar in heaven because Virgil was appointed by Augustus, the adopted son of Julius Caesar, to write the Aeneid, right? So like if he like sees Julius Caesar in the like one of the worst circles, then that'd be like pretty problematic.
Exactly. Okay. Yeah. Right. Because if Virgil is the great poet, and we will learn in Paradise that the Roman Empire is what gives rise to the Catholic Church and is part of God's will, yeah, then it makes sense to put Julius Caesar in limbo. But this raises another question: where's Augustus Caesar? Okay, we'll ask ChatGPT. Let's ask ChatGPT. All right. Just Google this. Like, where is Augustus Caesar in the Divine Comedy? Oh, wait, sorry. Before we do this, can you guess where he'd be? Yes? Not lower, right? Because who's more important? Julius Caesar or Augustus Caesar? I would think Augustus Caesar, because Augustus Caesar is the one who created the Roman Empire, right? Which then becomes the Catholic Church. So where should he be? At least purgatory, at least limbo, possibly even paradise, right? But let's figure this out, okay? Again, logically speaking, we just extend your logic, right? He should be somewhere nice, whether it's limbo or purgatory or even paradise. Where is Augustus Caesar located in Divine Comedy? Does he appear? Augustus Caesar is one of the most important historical figures, right? The greatest emperor of Rome, the man who created the Roman Empire. Where is he? Where is he?
I think he's in limbo.
No. I'm asking you where in the Divine Comedy is. If we're looking for Divine Comedy, where can we find Augustus Caesar?
In Canto 1, I think.
Does it? No, I'm saying physically. Like, where is he situated? Where does it say purgatory? We see Julius Caesar in limbo. We know he's there. We see Socrates in limbo. We know he's there. We see Alexander the Great being burned alive in the circle of violence. We know he is there. But where is Augustus Caesar? Physically in the Divine Comedy. He's nowhere, guys. He does not exist physically in the Divine Comedy. But he is referenced in the Divine Comedy by who? Virgil is what keeps the memory of Augustus Caesar alive. But Augustus Caesar has disappeared. Right? So this is a huge problem. We know Alexander the Great because it's written here, he is burned in the circle of violence. We know Julius Caesar is in limbo. We don't know where Augustus Caesar is. And the only time Augustus Caesar is mentioned, it's because Virgil speaks him out. Right? It's only Virgil that's keeping alive the memory of Augustus Caesar. This is very confusing, right? Okay? So again, so the subversive comedy, first and foremost, it's meant to be subversive. It's meant to undermine our traditional understanding of things. Okay? So how do you think Dante feels about Augustus Caesar? Well, just, can you explain?
Conflicted. The only reason I can think of that he's not there, other than when Virgil mentions him, is Dante cannot decide where to place him.
Yes.
I mean, during Augustus, Jesus was killed. For
Yes.
example, like
Was it Augustus? No, it was not Augustus. It was Tiberius.
oh, was it not during?
Yeah, it was
Oh,
Tiberius.
that was
yeah.
okay. Tiberius. After.
Yeah, but it was during Augustus that Jesus was born, right? And what the Catholic Church teaches you is that without Augustus, then Jesus could not have been born, and the way could not have been paved for Christianity to arise. Okay, so Jesus was killed during Tiberius, and Jesus was born during Augustus. Okay. Yes.
I think like Dante naturally don't like Augustus because Augustus is the one who ordered Virgil to write the Aeneid, right? And it's also Augustus the one who promotes piety, which is what Dante disagree with.
Right. So so the greatest act of faith, love, and hope is poetry, right? Virgil is a divine prophet, divine poet. That's how he's able to do this, because God willed it so. Augustus Caesar, what he did was he took this gift of poetry, which is divine, he corrupted it to serve the ends of empire. And that's why Augustus is not mentioned. Or sorry, he's mentioned, but he's not given a place in the Divine Comedy. Because what Dante has done is he has basically cast him to a place worse than hell, which is annihilation. Okay? He is beyond the universe. God has forgotten him. God has cast him away from this universe. There can be absolutely no redemption for him. Okay? God wants to forget about him because his crime was so great. It is the greatest crime in the world to try to corrupt the message of God to serve your own political ends. Does that make sense, guys? Because, like, again, you have to explain to me where Augustus is. He's not in the Divine Comedy. And he is one of the most important historical figures ever in history. Yes?
But isn't Virgil then I mean, he's part of this, right? Because he wrote it down. Like, he could refuse to write down this poetry that goes against God. So, I mean...
Right, and that's why Virgil is in hell, right?
But he's only in limbo.
Right, but he's still in hell, right? Okay, and also, like, remember, what Dante's trying to do is he's trying to awaken the reader. You understand? Because at this time in history, everyone is reading the Aeneid. Everyone loves the Aeneid because, you know, you're sort of forced to love the Aeneid. And so he needs to take people away from the Aeneid. It has to be a process of slow discovery, okay? An epiphany where Virgil is probably the villain here, okay? And as we go on, we'll recognize this, but not at this stage. Okay? Does that make sense? It's a journey, okay? It's not only Dante's journey from sin into virtue, but it's also our journey from the darkness into the light. Okay? All right. Does it make sense, guys? All right, let's keep on going.
Line 115. A little farther on, the centaur stopped above a group that seemed to rise above the boiling blood as far up as their throats. He pointed out one shade alone apart and said, "Within God's bosom, he impaled the heart that still drips blood upon the Thames." Then I caught sight of some who kept their heads and even their full chests above the tide, among them many whom I recognized. And so the blood grew always shallower until it only scorched the feet. And here we found a place where we could ford a ditch. Just as you see that on this side, the brook continually thins, the centaur said, so I should have you know the rivulet. Along the other side will slowly deepen its bed until it reaches once again the depth where tyranny must make lament. And there divine justice torments Attila, he who was such a scourge upon the earth, and Pyrrhus Sextus to eternity. It milks the tears that boiling brook unlocks from Rainier of Corneto, Rainier Pazzo, those two who waged such war upon the high roads. Then he turned around and crossed the ford again.
Okay.
Canto 13. Nessus had not yet reached the other bank when we began to make our way across a wood on which no path had left its mark. No green leaves in that forest, only black. No branches straight and smooth, but knotted, gnarled. No fruits were there, but briars bearing poison. Even those savage beasts that roam between Ticina and Corneto, beasts that hate tilled lands, do not have holts so harsh and dense. This is the nesting place of the foul harpies who chased the Trojans from the Strophates with sad foretelling of their future trials. Their wings are wide, their necks and faces human, their feet are taloned, their great bellies feathered. They utter their laments on the strange trees. And my kind master then instructed me, before you enter farther, know that now you're within the second ring and shall be here until you reach the horrid sand. Therefore look carefully. You'll see such things as would deprive my speech of all belief. From every side I heard the sound of cries, but I could not see any source for them, so that in my bewilderment I stopped. I think that he was thinking that I thought so many voices moaned among those trunks from people who had been concealed from us. Therefore my master said, if you would tear a little twig from any of these plants, the thoughts you have will also be cut off. Then I stretched out my hand a little way, and from a great thorn bush snapped off a branch, at which its trunk cried out, "Why do you tear me?" And then, when it had grown more dark with blood, it asked again, "Why do you break me off? Are you without all sentiment of pity? We once were men, and now are arid stumps. Your hand might well have shown us greater mercy had we been nothing more than souls of serpents." As from a sapling log that catches fire along one of its ends, while at the other it drips and hisses with escaping vapor, so from that broken stump issued together both words and blood, at which I let the branch fall, and I stood like one who's afraid. My sage said, "Wounded soul, if earlier he had been able to believe what he had only glimpsed within my poetry, then he would not have set his hand against you. But its incredibility made me urge him to do a deed that grieves me deeply. But tell me who you were, so that he may, to make amends, refresh your fame within the world above, where he can still return." To which the trunk, "Your sweet speech draws me so that I cannot be still, and may it not oppress you if I linger now in talk. I'm the one who guarded both the keys of Frederick's heart and turned them, locking and unlocking them with such dexterity that none but I could share his confidence. And I was faithful to my splendid office, so faithful that I lost both sleep and strength. The whore who never turned her harlot's eyes away from Caesar's dwelling, she who is the death of all and vice of every court, inflamed the minds of everyone against me, and those inflamed, then so inflamed Augustus that my delight honors turned to sadness. My mind, because of its disdainable temper, believing it could flee disdain through death, made me unjust against my own just self. I swear to you by the peculiar roots of this thorn bush, I never broke my faith with him who was so worthy with my Lord. If one of you returns into the world, then let him help my memory, which still lies prone beneath the battering of envy.
Okay, so now we are in a forest, and these are people who have killed themselves. They committed suicide. They've committed no other sin but suicide, okay? And what's happened is they've been transformed into trees. So they don't take their bodies seriously, so now their bodies are now just trees. And what happens is that the harpies come and eat the berries that they grow, okay? They feel this eternal torment. And then Dante talks to one of these trees, and this person is a person that Dante knows as well, and he's a historical character, and he was a counselor to a king who was accused of treason. He was virtuous, he was talented, but once he was accused of treason, he was innocent of treason, but he kills himself in despair, okay? Why would this be a problem? Why would this be a sin? Why is suicide a sin? Yes?
So firstly, you're abandoning all of faith, hope, and love. And secondly, similarly to treachery, I think society-wide, it damages other people and could therefore affect other people's potential to love and connect in the future.
Exactly. That's exactly correct. Yes. First of all, you are supposed to live a life of faith, hope, and love. And this is the opposite, right? Where you just don't believe in God anymore. It's basically rejecting God and says, like, this is so hopeless, even God can't save me. Okay? The other thing is, like, you become a bad role model to other people as well. You show that you, who is a very virtuous, talented person, you of all people should have faith, hope, and love. And by abandoning yourself, you abandon God and you abandon society as well. Okay? All right. So thank you. Excellent. All right. Let's keep on going.
My mind, because of its disdainful temper, believing it could flee disdain through death, made me unjust against my own just self. I swear to you by the peculiar roots of this thorn bush, I never broke my faith with him who was so worthy with my Lord. If one of you returns into the world, then let him help my memory, which still lies prone beneath the battering of envy. The poet waited briefly, then he said to me, since he's silent, do not lose this chance, but speak and ask what you would know. And I, do you continue, ask of him whatever you believe I should request? I cannot, so much pity takes my heart. Then he began again, imprisoned spirit, so may this man do freely what you ask. May it please you to tell us something more of how the soul is bound into these knots, and tell us if you can, if anyone can ever find his freedom from these limbs. At this the trunk breathed violently. Then that wind became this voice. You shall be answered promptly when the savage spirit quits the body from which it has torn itself. Then Minnow sends it to the seventh maw. It falls into the wood, and there's no place to which it is allotted. But wherever fortune has swung that soul, that is the space where, even as a grain of spelt, it sprouts. It rises as a sapling, a wild plant, and then the harpies feeding on its leaves cause pain, and for that pain provide a vent. Like other souls, we shall seek out the flesh that we have left, but none of us shall wear it. It is not right for any man to have what he himself has cast aside. We'll drag our bodies here. They'll hang in this sad wood, each on the stump of its vindictive shade. And we were still intent upon the trunk, believing it had wanted to say more, when we were overtaken by a roar. Just as the hunter is aware of chase and boar, as they draw near his post, he hears the beast and then the branches as they crack. And there upon the left were two who, scratched and naked, fled so violently that they tore away each forest bough they passed. The one in front, now come, death, quickly come. The other shade, who thought himself as though was shouting after him, Lano, your legs were not so nimble at the joust of Topo. And then, perhaps because he'd lost his breath, he fell into one tangle with a bush. Behind these two, black bitches filled the wood, and they were just as eager and as swift as greyhounds that have been let off their leash. They set their teeth in him where he had crouched, and piece by piece those dogs dismembered him and carried off his miserable limbs. Then he who was my escort took my hand. He led me to the lacerated thorn that wept in vain where it was bleeding, broken. "O Jacopo," it said, "the Santo Andrea, what have you gained by using me as screen? Am I to blame for your indecent life?" When my good master stood beside that bush, he said, "Who are you, who through many wounds must breathe with blood your melancholy words?" And he to us, "O spirits who have come to witness the outrageous laceration that leaves so many of my branches torn, collect them at the foot of this sad thorn. My home was in the city whose first patron gave way to John the Baptist. For this reason, he'll always use his art to make it sorrow. And if, along the crossing of the Arno, some effigy of Mars had not remained, the citizens who afterward rebuilt their city on the ashes that Attila had left to them would have travailed in vain. I made of my own house my gallows place."
Okay, let's move on to count 14. I'm sorry if we're moving too fast, okay? But again, we're trying to finish the Divine Comedy and we're trying to develop the major themes of it, okay? So the next few cantos are extremely important. And here again, we're trying to figure out what is wrong with Florence, okay?
Canto 14. Love of our native city overcame me. I gathered up the scattered boughs and gave them back to him whose voice was spent already. From there we reached the boundary that divides the second from the third ring, and the site of a dread work that justice had devised. To make these strange things clear, I must explain that we had come upon an open plain that banished all green things from its bed. The wood of sorrow was a garland around it, just as that wood is ringed by a sad channel. Here at the very edge we stayed our steps. The ground was made of sand, dry and compact, a sand not different in kind from that on which the feet of Cato had once tramped. O vengeance of the Lord, how you should be dreaded by everyone who now can read whatever was made manifest to me. I saw so many flocks of naked souls, all weeping miserably, and it seemed that they were ruled by different decrees. Some lay upon the ground, flat on their backs, some huddled in a crouch, and there they sat, and others moved about incessantly. The largest group was those who walked about, the smallest those supine in punishment, but these had looser tongues to tell their torment. Above that plain of sand, distended flakes of fire showered down. Their fall was slow, as snow descends on Alps when no wind blows. Just like the flames that Alexander saw in India's hot zones, where when fires fell intact into the ground, on his battalions, for which wisely he had his soldiers tramp the soil to see that every fire was spent before new flames were added to the old. So did the never-ending heat descend. With this, the sand was kindled just as tinder on meeting flint will flame, doubling the pain. The dance of wretched hands was never done. Now here, now there, they tried to beat aside the fresh flames as they fell. And it began to speak. My master, you who can defeat all things except for those tenacious demons who tried to block us at the entryway. Who's that giant there who does not seem to heed singeing? He who lies and scorns and scowls, he whom the rains can't seem to soften. And he himself, on noticing that I was querying my guide about him, cried, That which I was in life I am in death. Through Jove wear out the smith from whom he took, in wrath the keen-edged thunderbolt with which on my last day I was to be transfixed. And if he tire the others one by one, in Montebello at the sooty forge, while bellowing, Oh, help, good Vulcan, help, just as he did when there was war at Phlegra, and cast his shafts at me with all his force, not even then would he have happy vengeance. Then did my guide speak with such vehemence that I had never heard him use before. O Campanias, for your arrogance that is not quenched, you're punished all the more. No torture other than your own madness could offer pain enough to match your wrath. But then with gentler face he turned to me and said, That man was one of 7 kings besieging Thebes. He held and still, it seems, holds God in great disdain, despising him. But as I told him now, his maledictions did well as ornaments upon his chest. And now follow me and take care, do not set your feet upon the sand that's burning hot, but always keep them back, close to the forest. In silence we had reached a place where flowed a slender watercourse out of the wood, a stream whose redness makes me shudder still, as from Bullacane pours a brook, whose waters then are shared by prostitutes, so did the stream run down across the sand. Its bed and both its banks were made of stone, together with the slopes along its shores, so that I saw a passageway lay there. Among all other things that I have shown you since we first made our way across the gate, whose threshold is forbidden to no one, no thing has yet been witnessed by your eyes as notable as this red rivulet, which quenches every flame that burns above it. These words were spoken by my guide. At this I begged him to bestow the food for which he had already given me the craving. A devastated land lies in mid-sea, a land that is called Crete, he answered me. Under its king the world once lived chastely. Within that land there was a mountain blessed with leaves and waters, and they called it Ida. But it is withered now, like some old thing. It once was chosen as a trusted cradle for Rhea for her son. To hide him better when he cried out, she had her servants clamor. Within the mountain is a huge old man, who stands erect, his back turned toward Damietta, and looks at Rome as if it were his mirror. The old man's head is fashioned of fine gold. The purest silver forms his arms and chest, but he is made of brass down to the cleft. Below that point he is of choicest iron, except for his right foot, made of baked clay, and he rests more on this than on the left. Each part of him except the gold is cracked, and down that fissure there are tears that drip. When gathered, they pierce through that cavern's floor, and crossing rocks into this valley from Akron and Styx to Phlegethon. And then they make their way down this tight channel. And at the point past which there's no descent, they form Cocytus. Since you're to see what that pool is, I'll not describe it here. And I asked him, but if the rivulet must follow such a course down from our world, why can we see it only at its boundary? And he to me, you know this place is round, and though the way that you have come is long, and always toward the left and toward the bottom, you still have not completed all the circles, so that if something new appears to us, it need not bring such wonder to your face. And I again, Master, where's Phlegethon and where's Lethe? You omit the second, and say this rain of tears has formed the first. I'm pleased indeed, he said, with all your questions, yet one of them might well have found its answer ready when you saw the red stream boiling. You shall see Lethe. But past this abyss, there where the spirits go to cleanse themselves, where their repented guilt is set aside. Then he declared, the time has come to quit this wood. See that you follow close behind me. These margins form a path that does not scorch, and over them all flaming vapor is quenched.
Okay, all right, so 2 comments, okay? The first comment is that clearly the geography of hell really matters, okay? If Donnie is going to spend a lot of time describing how these rivers flow, how hell is constructed the way it is, then it clearly matters. But again, I don't have the knowledge of the occult, of rituals, of magic to fully appreciate why this matters, okay? Clearly, if you visualize this, there is symbology at work, right? At this time in history, it's very common for people to engage in magic, basically using symbols, using chants, using rituals in order to summon angels, to summon demons. And if you were to, again, draw this out, if you were actually to act this out, then that gives you insight into how these things work. But again, I don't have any expertise in symbology, in the occult, in magic. I don't know enough to comment. Okay, so if you really want to understand Dante, then you need to do a lot more research into the occult. That's point 1. Point 2 is what is strange about this canto is, for the first time, we are meeting a non-human who's being punished, right? Throughout the Inferno, we met humans, and they could be mythological or real, but they're being punished. And for the first time, we are meeting a non-human, a giant, who's being punished. And what is his reaction to being punished? And in this, it's violence against God. Everyone's running. There's like fire and brimstone being rained down on them. Okay, so they're trying to dodge all these missiles. And how does this giant feel about all this? Anyone? What is his reaction?
He's crying.
He's not crying.
He's happy, right? Or rather, he's trying to appear chill.
Yeah, he doesn't care, right? So what's the message here? You have a giant who's like, whatever, man. Like, missiles are being rained on me. I don't care. Who cares? And the others are like dodging. The humans are dodging or running away. What's going on here? And again, this is the only time when we have a non-human human being punished. And the entire scene is like this is complete apathy. And Virgil says, "Oh, you're so arrogant." What's the message here? Yes?
Yeah, I just guessed. Maybe the great men, they want the people care about them, but Dante do not care about him. It means that they're nothing. So maybe this correct punishment for those great guys who think they're great, but actually they're not.
Yes?
Maybe because hell should only impact humans, because the human is seen, or Dante sees the human as the middle of the universe, basically. So God doesn't really care about giants, he cares about humans more.
So what is the function of hell? Why does hell exist?
To force reflection.
Yes, okay. So what's going on here is, if you just analyze the text, what it's suggesting is that only we humans can be punished, because only we humans can create our own path to redemption. Okay, does that make sense? The giant will not be redeemed. He doesn't really care, right? But we are being punished because at the very heart of who we are a divine spark that can never be extinguished. So even though it feels hopeless, even though you give up hope, there's still that spark in you, and that's why you're being punished. To force reflection, to force you to recognize the divine spark in you. And that's why the punishments are constructed the way they are, to show you what your sin has caused, to show you, to visualize the sin for you, okay? All right? And again, when Virgil talks to these people, when what they always say is, talk to Dante so that he will write about you, so that he will be remembered, okay? And so even though you think you are in hell, remember, there are still people who remember who you are, and that is your path to redemption, right? The fact that regardless of how low you've sunk, remember, there's still people who remember you. There's still people who love you. And once you believe that, that is your path to redemption and salvation. Okay? So for Dante, what's really important to understand is that we're our own redemption and salvation. Okay? And any more? Any questions or comments? All right, let's move on, okay? This is Canto 15 of Inferno.
Canto 15. Now one of the hard borders bears us forward. The river mist forms shadows overhead and shields the shores and water from the fire. Just as between Wissant and Bruges, the Flemings, in terror of the tide that floods toward them, have built a wall of dikes to daunt the sea, and as the Paduans along the Brenta build bulwarks to defend their towns and castles before the Dogdates fall on Carantana. Just so were these embankments, even though they were not built so high and not so broad, whoever was the artisan who made them.
Okay, so here in these lines, what Dante is revealing is that the geography of hell matches that of the geography of Italy. Okay, right? So this is clearly, he's trying to say that this hell that I am describing to you, I'm actually describing Italy at this point in history. Okay, keep on going.
By now we were so distant from the wood that I should not have made out where it was, not even if I turned around to look, when we came on a company of spirits who made their way along the bank, and each stared steadily at us as in the dusk. Beneath the new moon, men look at each other. They knit their brows and squinted at us, just as an old tailor at his needle's eye. And when that family looked harder, I was recognized by one, who took me by the hem and cried out, "This is marvelous!" That spirit having stretched his arm toward me, I fixed my eyes upon his baked brown features, so that the scorching of his face could not prevent my mind from recognizing him. And lowering my face to meet his face, I answered him, "Are you here, Ser Brunetto?" And he, "My son, do not mind if Brunetto Latino lingers for a while with you, and lets the file he's with pass on ahead."
Okay. So this is a very important passage in the Divine Comedy. Okay, so let me explain what's going on. They are in the circle of violence, and this is like the worst people. These are people who've committed violence against God and nature. Okay, and so the main crime is homosexuality, basically sodomy. And Ser Bernardo is very important because he's essentially Dante's teacher and father. Okay, this is a person that is dear to Dante's heart. Only Beatrice is actually more dear to Dante than Ser Bernardo. And you can see in their words how affectionate they are towards each other. So Ser Bernardo, he is a homosexual. He's condemned to the circle, and he's running with other homosexuals in the circle. And the thing is, if you stop, if you ever lie down, you rest, you're condemned even more, okay? So what he's saying is like, Dante, I love you so much, I'm going to stop and be punished even more so that I can talk to you. Right? So this is showing the affection between Ser Brunetto and Dante. But this raises a really huge problem for us. Does Dante really think homosexuality is a problem? It's a sin? Right? Does Dante really believe this? So again, this is Ser Bernardo, the person that Dante loves like a father, and Ser Bernardo loves him like a son. And they've always been very close. And you would imagine that Dante would put him in either purgatory or in paradise. And he doesn't do that. He puts him in Inferno. But not only that, but Super Brunetto was a virtuous person who really only did one thing, which is like he was a homosexual. That was it, okay? That was the extent of his sin. And for that only, he's condemned to run around with other homosexuals for all of eternity. Okay, this is a huge paradox. Yes?
I think it's because homosexuality cannot bear children. And so in that sense, you don't have the hope for the future because you don't have a future generation to remember you or to contribute to the creation of God. And so that's why sodomy is such a big sin.
Okay, and so how would you compensate for that? What did he do to compensate for the fact that they didn't have children? What did he do to show that he had faith, hope, and love? Yes?
Through education.
Excuse me?
Through education.
For education, and what else? Can you guys guess?
Well, he taught Dante, right? So
What did he teach Dante?
Faith, hope, and love. I don't know.
Like, what was he teacher of? Like at this time in history, huh?
Well, maybe poetry.
Yeah, right. He was a poet, right? So yeah, okay, I understand. He doesn't want to have children, and that shows his lack of faith, love, and hope. But we already said that poetry is always an expression of faith, love, and hope. Yes?
Well, I think him being in hell just shows that it isn't Dante who puts him in hell, but it's the Catholic Church, and the Catholic Church says that homosexuality is a big sin, but Dante wouldn't say that, so it's not him who puts people in hell, right? It's
right.
The Catholic Church.
But it's Dante who put Beatrice in heaven. Do you understand? So why would Dante do that? Why would Dante put Beatrice in heaven and then put his teacher, his father figure, in hell? And again, I mean, the only crime, the only sin that Supernetto is being accused of is homosexuality. Yeah, he was a sexuality. But do you really, really think Dante cares that much about homosexuality? Yes?
Just, it was a boundary you couldn't cross and disagree with at the time. And so just like if he would just mention that homosexuality was fine, then his work would have been destroyed.
Do you think homosexuality was common at the time in history?
No, but it occurred, or in some texts.
Okay, guys. Okay, I hate to say this, okay? All right, I'm sorry. This might get me banned on YouTube, okay? But if you look at every society, okay, regardless if it's in China or Italy at this time, if you look at the elite, okay, I'm talking like the nobility, the elite, okay, homosexuality was really, really common, guys. Really common. Okay, you will not find me in a society where a wealthy society where the elite did not practice homosexuality in some form. Yes?
And especially during the Hellenistic period,
Yes.
it is actually a greater way to show your intellectual ability to have another male partner than to have a wife, because a wife, it's uneducated, you cannot have a soul-to-soul talk with her, but you could with a younger boy. And so that's why, the writer of The Picture of Dorian Gray, Oscar Wilde, really wanted that kind of, because he aspired to the Greek culture.
So right, homosexuality is very common among the elite, and so what Sir Bernardo did, he did nothing wrong, but just do what all the elite did. Not all the elite, but like it was pretty common, man. It was really common. Okay, like if you go to like Yale, okay, no, not that. Well, yeah, like yeah. Okay, but yeah, it's a common thing, okay? And among the elite, it's not a big deal. So again, we have to figure out why this is happening, all right? Okay, all right, so we'll do that after the break. Okay, welcome back. So to summarize what we learned this morning, remember that Dante is a prophet. He's basically trying to create an allegory of hell to represent Italy, right? That's why he's focused so much on the geography of hell. He's describing a way that if you are Italian, you just like recognize the geography right away. So hell as an allegory for Italy. And we know that ultimately, as a prophet, what Dante is trying to convey to his audience is that you either repent or you will be judged. Okay? God's judgment will be swift, brutal, and harsh. And no one listened, so in 1357 came the Black Death to wipe out around a third of Europe, even half of Europe at certain places. And so what we're trying to do is we're trying to figure out how Dante perceived his period at this time. And there's certain things about Florence that made it unredeemable, okay? And what we're trying to figure out as well is our time, okay? Like today. Do these things apply to today? So the first major characteristic about hell is its factionalism, right? So whereas, Virgil is essentially the pope of hell, he is the authority figure, there are many factions who don't actually listen to him. And there's always infighting going on. So there's lots of factionalism going on in Florence at this time. And the same is happening today, right? Where you have wars going on, right? Second major characteristic of Florence is the intense economic pressure to succeed, right? All that matters is success and achievement. And today we call this the meritocracy. And in a meritocracy, there are certain things that become common, and yet at the same time, they are inhumane. For example, the most obvious is just to apologize, right? So remember the scene where Dante lies to Cavalcante and says, your son is dead and burning in hell. And it causes tremendous despair to the father, and Dante recognizes he did wrong, and rather than apologize, he runs away and tells someone else to tell him on his behalf, okay? So there is almost an incapacity to apologize. So let me ask you this question. Let's go back to the example where at Tsinghua in the 80s or 90s, there are two classmates who are good friends. One gets in, the other receives the envelope, and rather than tell the friend, just throws the envelope in the garbage. And do you think that other person ever apologized in her life? Probably not, okay? I'm guessing not. But why? Why can't she just apologize? Yes?
Because she probably has a huge ego and she feel like she's superior. She should be treated as equal to the other person, and she justifies her deed. Yes.
Okay. Yes. Go ahead.
I mean, if she apologized, then the other girl would know that she would have gotten into Princeton in the first place.
Well, eventually she found out,
okay.
Right? Because this, I'm like 20 years afterwards, 50 years afterwards. Did she ever apologize? Probably not. But why? Yes.
Is like she knows what she has done is not, it's evil, it's not good, and it kind of like she's saying like, yeah, I know it's bad,
but it was evil, right?
Yeah, but if she doesn't apologize, it probably makes her feel better, or like, I don't know.
Well, go ahead and then Carol, yeah.
Maybe maybe she can't forgive herself, so she can't forgive. So she can't say sorry to her roommate.
Okay, Carol?
I think she feels she's wronged in the first place, so why does she have to apologize? She was wronged by the world.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So the thing about the meritocracy is like, first of all, you become the center of the world, right? But also, like, you're keeping score everywhere. Does it make sense? So not only do you care about that other person's grades, but you also care about, does that person have a better house than I do? Does the person have better children than I do? You're always keeping score, right? And one way to keep score is how much wrong did you do, right? Everything is a test. Everything is a scorecard, right? So if I apologize, that means I'm now in this person's debt. I now owe him or her a favor, right? Rather than seeing an apology as rectifying a wrong, I see it as forcing myself to go into someone's debt. Okay, does that make sense? Okay, and that's why people don't apologize in a very in a meritocracy. But the other thing that's even more troubling in a meritocracy is, and it's you delight in others' pain. Okay, think about this, where, you know, you are at school, and for the past year, you delight in others' pain, okay? So for this entire year, there's one student in the class, usually a girl, but she scores 100 on every single math test, right? And you get like, I don't know, 80, 85. On the final test, on the final exam, she gets an 70, and she is distraught. She's crying. She's going berserk. How do you feel? No, you don't. I put it, you don't empathize.
Maybe she cheated on a previous test.
No, but I'm saying, what is your emotion?
Oh.
What is your emotion at this time?
Well, I mean, my emotion maybe depends on how
No, it
they
doesn't.
act to us.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't depend who you are. It doesn't depend how you feel. What is your emotion?
I'll be like, finally.
Yes, finally, okay? Do you understand? Finally, okay? She finally failed, right? Every single day, the teacher is like, oh, she's the best in the world, and like, just be like her. And then she finally screwed up, okay? So you delight in others' pain. And we see this in Divine Comedy where Dante is crossing the river Styx, right? And this is the circle of wrath where people are angry and they tear each other apart. One of Dante's enemies from real life, Filippo Argentina, he falls into this lake and the other souls are tearing him apart, okay? Literally tearing him apart. And Dante is ecstatic, right? So rather than be like, feel pity, like, great, man, okay? And, you know, it's not a good look. But what Dante is doing is he's trying to reveal the problems and consequences of a meritocracy. What a meritocracy ultimately is, imagine a race, okay? Imagine a race. And everyone's running as fast as they can. The person next to you trips and falls and breaks his or her ankle, right? What you should do as a human being is stop and help that person get up. But you don't. You just smile and run on. And you take in the light in that other person falling down. And I mean, we live in China, we see this every single day, right? Unfortunately. Where if you're a parent and you have kids, you put your kids through this incredibly harsh system, right? And you see your child unhappy, and you see your child under a lot of stress, and quite honestly, a lot of them will develop psychological issues, but you keep on going because you think that if I fall behind, I'm dead, okay? So that is the first major issue. But now what Dante's going to do is he's also going to bring another issue, which is homosexuality, okay? Homosexuality. And this is really confusing for us, right? Because we've all seen Brokeback Mountain, right? We all know that for the longest time, homosexuals were persecuted in society. They had to hide, their love was forbidden. So isn't being a homosexual an act of faith, hope, and love? What does Dante have against homosexuals? And you can't be like, well, he's just a part of his times, because as we said in this class, we have to assume that Dante is perfect and that he is timeless, okay? So what we need to figure out is, what is the problem with homosexuality? And also, we need to be careful because if I say anything bad about homosexuality, I'm pretty sure next time I'm at Yale, I'll get stoned to death. Yeah. So, yes. You think I'm exaggerating, but I'm not, yes?
So I actually had this conversation with my husband about this because I have a lot of gay friends and I think they're the best in the world. And then he's like, yeah, but there are problems with homosexuality. So we had this debate. So if anything I say, it's my husband. Okay, don't blame me, don't stone me. But he said that the actual problem with it is kind of the same as greed and all that other things. Is that after you go through with all these acts or love or whatever, it brings to no fruition of. Because what essentially sex is, at least the way God intended for Adam and Eve, is that you are supposed to be fruitful and multiply and occupy the earth. But if you are gay or homosexual, then you essentially cannot unless you adopt a kid, right? Like in Modern Family. But then he's saying that you go through all this act and love, and you don't appreciate the other gender, which is a different perspective. So if you are gay, you are a man, you like the other man, then you don't actually understand the women's perspective in the world. So in that way, you are in love with your own kind. You're in love with men's perspective, and then that way.
Okay, that's great. That's brilliant. Thank you so much for sharing that. But let me ask you this question, okay? It sounds, the way your husband has defined homosexuality, it sounds like homosexuality, sodomy, belongs in the upper circles, like lust and gluttony and wrath, because you're not hurting anyone. All you're doing is you are not fulfilling your true potential as a human being. But in this circle, which is a circle of violence, right? The circle of violence, you actually have to hurt someone, right? So the question then is like, how does homosexuality actually go about hurting other people? Yes?
Well, it hurts women because it denies femininity in the world, on Earth, because
like
right?
all the girls in this class are looking at you like, what are you talking about?
Well, because it's normal. No.
Yeah.
In the Christian view.
Maybe because if men fall in love with men, there's no result because there's no children.
The problem with that argument is you're saying that essentially the only purpose of a relationship is reproduction.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, yeah, Jay, and then Edward?
In Dante's time, was there a lot of grooming going on? Like, I'm just wondering from Dante's perspective, what did he see that made him structure it this way?
Exactly, okay? So there must be something about Dante's understanding of homosexuality that made him resent it, okay? Exactly, and he'll tell us in the next two cantos. This is so important to him, he'll spend the next two cantos on it. Yes?
Maybe through the historical lens, when it's a man and a woman do it, there's kind of like the yin and yang go together. Whereas when it's two men, that the act is probably more graphic and more violent because you have two masculine energies at it.
Right. Okay. Yeah, so, yes?
I wonder if it has to do with elite circles where they think two men are superior to women, so they refuse to. So it's kind of almost the same as ego or arrogance, that women are inferior. So it's making Eve kind of the sinful, the corrupt, weak.
Yes?
Yeah, very good point. Because we see in Paradisio that the upper echelons of heaven were fully occupied by these women. And now we're getting into kind of like the depths of hell, and then we're seeing things like
think about all these gay men that you've met in your life. What are they obsessed about? Yes?
Maybe because soulmate, because if men
no, I'm asking
know
you,
more about men.
Like gay men in their daily life, what are they obsessed about? Yeah, yes?
Could be pride.
Excuse me?
Pride. Like
what do you mean by pride?
Like they want to show they're part of this tribe and they want to, like they're proud of it.
Okay, they're proud of being homosexual, okay? No, sorry. Let's go one by one, yes?
Sex.
They want to have a lot of sex.
Yeah.
Okay. But what do they do every day? Yes?
I'd say they would be obsessed about finding other gay men. Maybe.
Okay. Yes?
Yeah, because it's difficult to.
No, it's not. It's not difficult to have sex, okay? You're a gay man.
Not in today's world, but back then, probably.
Not back then either, okay? It was actually pretty simple.
Appearance?
Yeah. If you meet gay men, okay? The thing about them is like they're really obsessed with their parents, much more so than women. Right? I mean, is that a general statement?
I have a joke that if you find a guy extremely hot and sexy, chances are he's gay. Because they care about appearance more than straight men.
And so
but this is like the same argument: is he gay or is he just European? Like caring about your appearance is not something that you can just define as inherently gay. I don't think there's a logical correlation between that.
If you care too much about your parents, and all you care about your parents, what word would we have to describe you?
Narcissist?
Yeah, narcissist. You understand? Remember Narcissus?
Or
The Narcissus, right? The Greek legend of this man so in love with himself, he looks at himself every single day. Okay? That gives us a clue as what Dante's issue of homosexuality is. You're just looking at yourself every single day. And so, like, when you actually meet someone, like, what are you looking for in that person? Yourself, right? Okay? So that's Dante's problem. Okay? But if that's by itself, okay, then the question then is, why is he in the circle of violence? Because you're not actually hurting anyone. You're just like being narcissistic, right? Okay, all right. No, okay, like that's a question we want to answer, okay? But yeah. Okay, let's keep on reading.
Canto 15, line 34.
I think we're at 31.
Oh, 31.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is Sir Brunetto, who is the teacher and father figure to Dante. And again, he is in the circle of violence because of his violence against God. He's a homosexual, which goes against God in nature. Okay.
Verse 31. And he, my son, do not mind if Brunetto Latino lingers for a while with you and lets the file he's with pass on ahead. I said, with all my strength, I pray you stay. And if you'd have me rest a while with you, I shall, if that please him with whom I go. O son, he said, whoever of this flock stops but a moment, stays 100 years and cannot shield himself when fire strikes. Therefore move on, below, but close, I'll follow, and then I shall rejoin your company who go lamenting their eternal sorrows. I did not dare to leave my path for his own level, but I walked with head bent low, as does a man who goes in reverence. And he began, what destiny or chance has led you here below before your last day came, and who is he who shows the way? There, in the sunlit life above, I answered, before my years were full, I went astray within a valley. Only yesterday at dawn I turned my back upon it, but when I was newly lost, he here appeared to guide me home again along this path. And he to me, if you pursue your star, you cannot fail to reach a splendid harbor. If in fair life I judged you properly, and if I had not died too soon for this on seeing heaven was so kind to you, I should have helped sustain you in your work. But that malicious, that ungrateful people come down in ancient times from Fiesole, still keeping something of the rock and mountain. For your good deeds will be your enemy, and there's cause. Among the sour sorbs, the sweet fig is not meant to bear its fruit. The world has long since called them blind, a people presumptuous, avaricious, envious. Be sure to cleanse yourself of their foul ways. Your fortune holds in store such honor for you, one party and the other will be hungry for you, but keep the grass far from the goat. For let the beasts of Fiesole find forage amongst themselves, and leave the plant alone, if still among their dung it rises up, in which there lives again the sacred seed of those few Romans who remained in Florence when such a nest of wickedness was built.
Okay, so this is a direct reference to the Aeneid, where Aeneas visits his father in the underworld to receive his prophecy. And this mirrors that, okay? So again, this is highlighting the fact that Sir Brunetto really is the father figure to Dante. Okay, keep on going.
If my desire were answered totally, I said to Ser Brunetto, you'd still be among, not banished from humanity. Within my memory is fixed, and now moves me, your dear, your kind paternal image, when in the world above from time to time you taught me how man makes himself eternal. And while I live, my gratitude for that must always be apparent in my words.
Okay, so he's being very explicit here, right? You're my father, you're my teacher. Everything I know is because of you, right? And he's saying that if I could, I would have you still among us. But he can because he wrote this thing, okay? So this is a huge paradox for us. Keep on going.
Line 88. What you have told me of my course, I write. I keep it with another text for comment by one who will understand if I may reach her. One thing alone I'd have you plainly see, so long as I am not rebuked by conscience, I stand prepared for fortune, come what may. My years find no new pledge in that prediction. Therefore, let fortune turn her wheel as she may please, and let the peasant turn his mattock. At this, my master turned his head around and toward the right and looked at me and said, "He who takes note of this has listened well." But nonetheless, my talk with Ser Brunetto continues, and I ask of him who are his comrades of repute and excellence. And he to me, "To know of some is good, but for the rest silence is to be praised. The time we have is short for so much talk. In brief, know that my company has clerics and men of letters and of fame, and all were stained by one same sin upon the earth."
Okay, all right. Okay, so this is again very problematic in that he's saying that with me are men who are clerics and men who are poets and men who are extremely successful, okay? So this is a huge problem because regardless of your achievements, you're still stuck here just because you happen to like other men. All right, this is very paradoxical. It is not something that we've ever seen from Dante before. Okay, this doesn't not make any sense on the surface. Keep on going.
No 9. That sorry crowd holds Pretian and Francesco da Corso, and among them you can see if you have any longing for such scurf. The servant of his servant sent from the Arno to the Bacchiglione's banks, and there he left his tendon strained by sin. I would say more, but both my walk and words must not be longer, for beyond I see new smoke emerging from the sandy bed. Now people come with whom I must not be. Let my tesoro, in which I so live, be precious to you, and I ask no more. And then he turned and seemed like one of those who race across the fields to win the green cloth at Verona. Of those runners, he appeared to be the winner, not the loser.
Okay, all right. So in next canto, canto 16, we will meet 3 really distinguished Florentines. Okay, these are aristocrats, and they're extremely virtuous. And back in Florence, everyone praises them. But again, just because of their homosexuality, they are condemned to the circle of violence. Okay, let's read.
Canto 16. No sooner had I reached the place where one could hear a murmur like a beehive's hum of waters as they fell to the next circle, when setting out together 3 shades ran, leaving another company that passed beneath the rain of bitter punishment. They came toward us, and each of them cried out, "Stop, you who by your clothing seem to be someone who comes from our indecent country." Ah me, what wounds I saw upon their limbs, wounds new and old, wounds that the flames seared in. It pains me still as I remember it. When they cried out, my master paid attention. He turned his face toward me, and then he said, "Now wait, to these one must show courtesy. And were it not the nature of this place for shafts of fire to fall, I'd say that haste was seemlier for you than for those 3. As soon as we stood still, they started up their ancient wail again, and when they reached us, they formed a wheel, all 3 of them together. As champions, naked, oiled, will always do, each studying the grip that serves him best before the blows and wounds begin to fall. While wheeling so, each one made sure his face was turned to me, so that their necks opposed their feet in one uninterrupted flow."
Okay, so these 3 individuals are the 3 most distinguished members of the Florentine nobility. Okay, they're so distinguished that even Virgil admires and respects them. Okay, keep on going.
Line 28. And if the squalor of this shifting sand, together with our baked and barren features, makes us in our requests contemptible, one said, then may our fame incline our mind to tell us who you are, whose living feet can make their way through hell with such assurance. He in whose steps you see me tread, although he now must wheel about both peeled and naked, was higher in degree than you believe. He was a grandson of the good Gualdrada, and Guido Guerra was his name. In life his sword and his good sense accomplished much. The other, who behind me tramples sand, Tagaio Aldobrandi, one whose voice should have been heeded in the world above. And I, who share this punishment with them, was Jacopo Rusticucci. Certainly, more than all else, my savage wife destroyed me. If I'd had shield and shelter from the fire, I should have thrown myself down there among them. I think my master would have sanctioned that. But since that would have left me burned and baked, my fear went out against the good intention that made me so impatient to embrace them. Then I began. Your present state had fixed not scorn but sorrow in me, and so deeply that it will only disappear slowly. As soon as my lord spoke to me with words that made me understand what kind of men were coming toward us, men of worth like yours, for I am your city, and with fondness I've always told and heard the others tell of both your actions and your honored names. I leave the gall and go for the sweet apples that I was promised by my truthful guide, but first I must ascend it to the center. So may your soul long lead your limbs, and may your fame shine after you, he answered then. Tell us if courtesy and valor still abide within our city as they did when we were there, or have they disappeared completely? For Guglielmo Posiere, who only recently has come to share our torments and goes there with our companions, has caused us much affliction with his words. Newcomers to the city and quick gains have brought excess and arrogance to you, Florence, so you weep for it already. So I cried out.
Wait. So the words excess and arrogance, okay? Excess and arrogance. Also, excess and arrogance. This is the current state of Florence, okay? Excess and arrogance. Okay, keep on going.
76. So I cried out with face upraised. The three looked at each other. When they heard my answer, as men will stare when they have heard the truth. If you can always offer replies so readily to others, said all three, then happy you who speak at will so clearly. So if you can escape these lands of darkness and see the lovely stars on your return, when you repeat with pleasure, I was there. Be sure that you remember us to men. At this they broke their wheel, and as they fled, their swift legs seemed to be no less than wings. The time it took for them to disappear more brief than time it takes to say amen, and so my master thought it right to leave. I followed him. We'd only walked a little when roaring water grew so near to us we hardly could have heard each other speak. And even as the river that is first to take its own course eastward from Mount Viso along the left flank of the Apennines, which up above is called the Aquaceta, before it spills into its valley bed and flows without that name beyond Forli, reverberates above San Benedetto d'Alpe, as it cascades in one leap where there is space enough to house 1,000. So did we hear that blackened water roar as it plunged down a steep and craggy bank, enough to deafen us in a few hours. Around my waist I had a cordless girdle, and with it once I thought I should be able to catch the leopard with the painted hide. And after I had loosened it completely, just as my guide commanded me to do, I handed it to him, knotted and coiled. At this he wheeled around upon his right and cast it, at some distance from the edge, straight down into the depth of the ravine. And surely something strange must here reply, I said within myself, to this strange sign, the sign my master follows with his eye. Ah, how much care men ought to exercise with those whose penetrating intellect can see our thoughts, not just our outer act. He said to me, now there will soon emerge what I await and what your thought has conjured. It soon must be discovered to your sight. Faced with that truth which seems a lie, a man should always close his lips as soon as he can. To tell it shames him, even though he's blameless. But here I can't be still. And by the lines of this my comedy, reader, I swear, and may my verse find favor for long years, that through the dense and darkened air I saw a figure swimming, rising up enough to bring amazement to the firmest heart, like one returning from the waves where he went down to lose an anchor snagged upon a reef or something else hid in the sea, who stretches upward and draws in his feet.
Okay, so now they will descend down to the circle of fraud. Now, okay, so let's think about this. Sir Brunetto was in the last canto, and this creates a paradox, right? Why would Dante put such a man he loves in the circle of violence? And that creates a paradox. But now, in this canto, the paradox strengthens because these three individuals are the best Florence has to offer. Okay, they are the best of nobility, and they are also suffer with supernatural. So clearly, Dante wants us to think about what's going on here. Okay, why are these four individuals who commit no other sin other than homosexuality? Why are they in the circle of violence? And in the worst part, right? Because they have committed violence against God. All right. Yes.
It could be seen as.
Yeah. Go ahead. It's fine. Go ahead.
I think it could be seen as violence because it could lead to the end of humanity. And I'm thinking this because if we're a reflection of the universe and if we engage in homosexuality, that would mean the universe could engage in that. And if we tend it to the end of times, then it's the end of humanity.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. That is the explanation that's offered, right? But again, does that make sense to you? It has to make sense, right? Yes?
Yeah, actually, I don't think it makes sense. I'm not gay, of course, but I still believe that if you have free will and you have love, and why you can't just be a homosexual? I mean,
yeah. So again, it's a problem for us, right? Why is homosexuality so bad? Okay, all right. So let's figure this out. And again, to read Dante, you have to read with your imagination, right? You have to use your imagination. So let's use your imagination and ask yourselves, if we were designing this circle, right? Violence against God. Who would we put in this circle? What's the worst thing in life you can do and which would offend both God and nature? What is it? To me? No, that's violence against yourself, right? There are already 3 crimes. Violence against others, violence against yourself, and violence against God and nature. I'm saying, like, what is probably the most unnatural act we could ever do?
Incest.
Exactly. Incest, guys. Do you understand? There could be bestiality, having sex with animals, but that's not as bad as having sex with your sister. Okay? Do you understand this? Now, let me ask you this question. Besides homosexuality, what else is pretty common among the elite?
Incest.
Incest is pretty common among the elite, right? Because they want to maintain their bloodline. Because they want to maintain the purity. Do you understand? Okay? So this is implicit here. If it is violence against God and nature, people commit incest have to be here as well, but they're not mentioned, which forces us to imagine they're here. Okay? Now, let's figure out this, okay? Let us use our imagination to figure out what is the connection between homosexuality and incest. What is it? What's the problem? What is the connection? Yes?
Incest is having sex with your own kind, and so is homosexuality with your own kind, like your own gender.
Right. And so what are you doing in society? What do you do to other people?
You exclude.
Exclusion, you understand? It's exclusion. The purpose of this is to exclude other people. The elite only want to maintain their privileges and block social mobility, okay? This is the violence against God and nature, okay? Social mobility, okay? And openness, right? Homosexuality, it's the expression of self-love and self-indulgence. It's the expression of excess and arrogance, right? We are so superior to you, we'll only have sex with our kind and with ourselves. We refuse to associate with any of you, right? And then over time, what happens? If the elite engage in homosexuality and incest, what happens now?
Extinction, because with incest, your weaker gene gets combined and you have a lot of, yeah.
Okay, yes, exactly, okay? So this threat, yes?
I'm just kind of deducing, just pushing this logic further. So
yes,
if the elite only engages in homosexuality, then they don't reproduce. They get to appoint, who will inherit their power, their wealth, and then so on and so forth. So it's a much more kind of controlled way of propagating power, wealth, and all that.
Oh, yes, right. Okay. All right. So let me now let's do a compare and contrast, okay? Let's think about a society in which the elite don't practice homosexuality. And let's think about a society in which they do practice homosexuality, okay? All right. So, I mean, again, we can generalize and say that as society rises, okay, there is less homosexuality. And as society declines, there is more homosexuality. Does that make sense? Right? As if society is poor, there's less likely to be homosexuality. And if society is rich and declining, there's more likely to be homosexuality. All right? And the example of this is now just Western culture. If you just turn on TV, homosexuals are not persecuted, right? They are celebrated, right? Before, in America, you had a gay politician, Peter Buttigieg. Before, it would blow the imagination that any politician would say, I'm gay and I'm proud of it and please vote for me, right? It blew the imagination. Now, but in 2020, when Pete Buttigieg ran for the Democratic nomination, his homosexuality made him very popular. All right? So my question to you is, what's the difference? What's the difference between a society where homosexuality is persecuted and a society which celebrates homosexuality? Yes, you first.
Because before homosexuality meant exclusion, whereas now I think it's way more inclusion, where we see as they're way more open-minded and they're open to engage in any culture, philosophy.
Yeah, but that's a good thing, right? But I'm asking you why Donnie would think this represents a society in decline. Oh. Right? Because he's clearly lamenting about Florence, right? He says that Florence right now is a city of excess and arrogance, right? And homosexuality is a very important part of that. So I'm trying to figure out why that's the case. Why is it that you embrace homosexuality, it makes society much more open, but it causes you to decline? That's a paradox, right? But it is historically true. Look at the fall of Rome. Yes?
I think at the time it didn't make your society more opened. I think it's only applicable today. So before it was exclusion, whereas now the whole aspect of it changed. So I think.
Could you repeat that? Because I'm not sure I understood you.
I think at the time of Dante, homosexuality was about exclusion, so it was more of a negative aspect, whereas today it's more about open-minded, and so before it wasn't about openness. It was. So
you think homosexuality is a good thing? It's good for society.
I'm saying it changed. So before it was like against open-mindedness, and now it's more open. So
right. So I'm just asking you a question, which is like, what Dante is saying is that homosexuality is a sign of social decline. There's lots of homosexuality today everywhere, in China, United States. Is it a good thing or a bad thing, do you think?
But I just think the definition changed. So if you think it's a bad thing, and this thing changed, then you can't just say it's a bad thing today. The definition.
The definition of homosexuality has not changed, right? It's still sex between two guys. How's that changed? So yeah, go ahead.
So yeah, I think I understand his question, that he thinks that homosexuality today represents openness instead of closeness and exclusiveness. So then it shall now be elevated because it's a good thing to embrace. But I will argue that if we look at the France Olympics in the past few years, so homosexuality, or like the elevation of this, and transgender and everything as well, that it actually deprives of women or the other sex more. Because what happens with the French Olympics the other year, that's why J.K. Rowling got into this huge thing too, is that the man boxer who changed to be women, and then he beat up all the female competitors, so no one won the female champion for boxing was a man, basically. So he excludes and actually, deny the actual the natural.
Okay,
women,
right. I understand, but I'm
right.
still trying to figure out why homosexuality would cause society to decline. Yes.
Could it be that when societies are rising, there's like a natural order and a natural law that everyone follows, but when the society is falling, it's like, I can't remember who it was, but I remember hearing someone once say that like homosexuality is the ultimate act of contrarianism, and it's like when you start rejecting all of the sort of natural laws. So it's not really just about the homosexuality, it's that if you adopt this mindset where there is no natural law, it will extend into basically the breakdown of morality.
But so why is there this breakdown of natural law? Why do people not follow natural law? Yeah, go ahead.
Actually, I don't think homosexuality means that they're embracing everything and openness. I think it actually means the opposite. There's a book called The Closing of American Mind, which is basically saying if you open and like embrace every culture, in the end you're not you're actually like exclusion.
Okay. Yeah. Yes.
I would like to say from Dan's perspective, he regards like the homosexual is a bad thing for the society. I would say maybe it's, I mean, the homosexuality obey the law that God gave us. So like, for example, initially when the world has been created, why we have two genders, like male and female? That means there is naturally that there should be attraction between male and female to make sure we can alive and the civilization could be continued, right? So if people are homosexual, they are kind of prevent this natural law that given by the God to proceed, you know.
Okay, let me ask you this question, okay? Let me ask you this question. Homosexuality today is celebrated. Homosexuality before was persecuted. Did the percentage of homosexuals in society, did it go up or down?
Down.
Up.
I think it's pretty similar, okay, do you understand? There were lots of homosexualities before. Yes?
So I have a few comments. First of all, I think metaphorically, homosexuality can be described as violence against love. It's physical in the sense that it's not celestial, it's not emotional, but it's physical. That's why we need not only celestial love, but also fleshly love. And that's a divine order. And in that sense, homosexuality is a rejection of the female appeal and also the order of love on the flesh, on the physical level. But I agree with some of the comments that said homosexuality is as bad as incest in causing more exclusion, because from the genetic point of view, although I do have some reservation about genetics, from genetic point of view, homosexuality actually results in the distribution of the wealth from the elite more for the people who can procreate. And if the elite choose not to engage in bisexual sex, then it will cause more fair distribution. Whereas incest is an attempt for the elite to create to concentrate the wealth in more homogeneous gene, which is better for society.
Okay, all right. So let me ask you this question, okay? How does Dante feel about the elite? What does he think about the elite, this nobility? How does he perceive the nobility, do you think?
Entitled?
Yeah, they're entitled. Are they a good thing or a bad thing?
Of course, a bad thing.
They're a bad thing. So what do you do with them? Get rid of them? What would you do?
You try to make them humble again.
But how do you make them humble? Okay, guys. I don't want to spend too much time on this. Okay, so let's be on this. Okay, first of all, how does Dante feel about nobility? And then the question then is, I want to focus on is, why is it when societies are on the rise, there's less homosexuality, but when societies are in decline, there's more homosexuality. And what I mean by like there's more open outward homosexuality, right? The percentages probably stay the same, right? But as societies are on the rise, the elite would not practice their homosexuality in open, right? They hide it. They would hide it. They would still get married and have children. Now they're just practicing it out in the open. What's the difference? Yes, then you.
I think there's two things. First, it's about needs. Once you have like everything you need, then you try to seek something else. So when a society has access to food, protection, and etc., you try to engage in something new. That could be homosexuality. And also it could be due to a dating aspect, because if a society is very well constructed and becomes very competitive, then you have a really low chance to access to the 1%, 5% above. And so you just engage in your own gender.
Okay. Yes, you?
Yeah, I agree. And I think it just refers to the aspect of hope in a declining society. If you don't have kids as a homosexual, then you say that you don't have hope in the future.
Okay, all right.
For the future.
So I want to change the question, okay? Okay, imagine you're at Yale. Okay, you're a freshman at Yale, okay? And you know the answer, so you and I won't participate, okay? But imagine you're at Yale or Harvard or Princeton. And in 1960s, you go into Yale, and the president is addressing you, right? What is he going to say to you? You're saying you're at Yale to do what? In 1960s or 70s or 80s or 90s. Exactly, right? Change the world. Better humanity. Service humanity, right? Today, when you're at Yale, Harvard, or Princeton, the president says what to you? If you're at university, you know the answer. What's the answer? Be yourself. Be yourself. Your identity is what matters. Right? Am I wrong here? Be yourself. Celebrate yourself. That's why society declines. Do you understand? That's why I'm from the elite. That's why homosexuality is a problem, because it's not the act itself, it's the attitude. Like, be yourself. Indulge yourself. Love yourself. Don't worry about other people. Don't worry about your responsibility to society. Don't try to change the world for better. Just celebrate yourself and be happy. And if you're not happy, complain about it. Celebrate yourself. Am I wrong? Okay? That's what Dante is saying here. He's saying that homosexuality, like incest, it represents like an inward churning, right? A narcissism that is extreme. So yeah, go ahead. Yes?
So does he say that it's not real love?
No, you can't love yourself.
Right? Or the other men.
Well, no, but like what he's saying is, like, when you love other men, what you're really doing is loving yourself. It's a narcissism, right? Because narcissist saw himself in the mirror, and he wanted to like have sex with himself. That's what homosexuality is. It's narcissist having sex with himself. And I'm not saying that's right. I'm just saying like this is how Dante perceives this. Okay? All right. Yes?
Why is Dante neglecting the narcissist aspect in heterosexuality? Because like as we see today, there are people who focus on looks to attract women. And so just pointing out the narcissistic aspect in homosexuality would be neglecting this aspect in the other side.
Right. Yes. Okay. That's a really interesting question. And unfortunately, in hell, we don't have narcissism as a sin. Why not? Okay, the answer is, at this time in history, what Dante is trying to do is he's trying to change the idea of the ego, right? So the Catholic Church teaches you that ego is bad. Self love, narcissism is the worst sin, with the worst evil, right? And what Don is saying is that if that's your attitude, you can't actually go and change the world for the better. You have to believe that you are so good, God loves you so much that you will have the power to change the world for the better. Okay, and that's why the three sins. Sorry, there are two sins: envy and pride. He actually doesn't list in Inferno. He will list them in Purgatory, but not in Inferno. Okay, so that's what Dante is trying to do. He's trying to tell us that self-love is a good thing, but self-love as expressed with other men is a bad thing. Okay, because it's self-indulgent. Okay, so homosexuality by itself is not bad. The act isn't bad, but the attitude of it is bad, which is like all I care about is myself. I'm loving myself. I'm celebrating myself. That's the issue. Okay, does that make sense? All right. So I make this comment, right? And so what Dante is saying is that nobility is not good or bad. It's how the nobility behaves that's good or bad, right? Nobility is behaving towards the betterment of society. They're good. But if they are behaving like narcissists, that's bad. Okay, that can only mean the destruction of society. Because at this point in history, it is not possible to imagine a society without the nobility, right? You can't have communism. No one's going to imagine communism at this point. And think about how unfair that would be, right? If this family has spent generations creating all this wealth, and you just take it from them, so Dante would never suggest that. What he's suggesting is that nobility have a distinct responsibility to the rest of society to contribute. Okay, and when they engage in homosexuality, it just shows that they have abandoned society. Okay, they don't even care about hypocrisy anymore. They can't even bother to demonstrate propriety and leadership to everyone else. Okay, does that make sense? Okay, so to confirm that what I'm saying is correct, what we're going to do is we're going to read Paradiso 16. Okay, so Dante has an amazing way of mirroring himself, creating symmetry. So we were in Inferno 16. We're now going to jump to Paradiso 16, where Dante is going to talk to his great-grandfather. And his great-grandfather is going to share the story of his family and the story of Florence, okay? So this is the early days of Florence when the elite were working hard to build a greater Florence. And you can compare contrast these two cantos, okay? So let's read Paradiso 16.
Paradiso, Canto 16. If here below, where sentiment is far too weak to withstand error, I should see men glorying in you, nobility of blood, a meager thing. I should not wonder, for even where desire is not awry, I mean in heaven, I too felt such pride. You're indeed a cloak that soon wears out, so that if day by day we add no patch, then circling time will trim you with its shears. My speech began again with you, the word that Rome was the first city to allow, although her people seldom speak it now. At this word, Beatrice, somewhat apart, smiling, seemed like the woman who had coughed. So goes the tale at Guinevere's first fault. So did my speech begin. You are my father. You hearten me to speak with confidence. You raise me so that I am more than I. So many streams have filled my mind with gladness. So many and such gladness that mine must rejoice that it can bear this and not burst. Then tell me, founder of my family, who were your ancestors, and in your boyhood, what were the years or records registered? And tell me of the sheepfold of St. John, how numerous it was, who in that flock were worthy of the highest offices. As at the breathing of the winds a coal will quicken into flame, so I saw that light glow at words that were affectionate. And as before my eyes it grew more fair, so with a voice more gentle and more sweet, not in our modern speech, it said to me, down from that day when Ave was pronounced until my mother, blessed now, by giving birth, eased the burden borne in bearing me. This fire of Mars had come 550 and 30 more times to its lion, there to be rekindled underneath its paw. My ancestors and I were born just where the runner in your early games first comes upon the boundary of the final ward. That is enough concerning my forebears. What were their names, from where they came? Of that silence, not speech, is more appropriate. All those who, at that time between the Baptist and Mars, were capable of bearing arms, numbered 1/5 of those who live there now. But then the citizens, now mixed with Campi, with the Cataldo, and with the Figline, were pure down to the humblest artisan. Oh, it would be far better if you had those whom I mention as your neighbors, and your boundaries at Galuzzo and Trespiano, than to have them within, to bear the stench of Aguglione's wretch and Signa's wretch, whose sharp eyes now on barratry are set. If those who in the world go most astray had not seen Caesar with stepmother's eyes, but like a mother to her son been kind, the one who has become a Florentine trader and money changer would have stayed in Semifonte, where his fathers peddled. The counts would still be lords of Montemurlo, the Cerchi would be in Acone's parish, perhaps the Buonamenti in Valdegreve. The mingling of the populations led to evil in the city, even as food piled on food destroys the body's health. The blind bull falls more quickly, more headlong than does the blind lamb, and the one blade can often cut more and better than 5 swords. Consider Luni, Ubisalia, how they went to ruin. Sinigalia follows, and Chiusi, too, will soon have vanished. Then, if you should hear of families undone, you will find nothing strange or difficult in that, since even cities meet their end. All things that you possess their death, just as you do, but in some things that last long, death can hide from you whose lives are short. And even as the heaven of the moon, revolving, respiteless, conceals and then reveals the shores, so fortune does with Florence. Therefore there's no cause for wonder in what I shall tell of noble Florentines, of those whose reputations time has hidden. I saw the Ugi, saw the Catalini, Filippi, Greci, Ormani, Alberici, famed citizens already in decline, and saw, as great as they were venerable, Dell'Arca with Della Sanella, and Ardinghi, Sodanieri, and Bosticchi. Near by the gate that now is burdened with new treachery that weighs so heavily that it will bring the vessel to shipwreck, there were the Ravignani, from whose line Count Guido comes, and all whose sins derive their name from the illustrious Bellicioni. And Della Presta knew already how to rule, and Galiaio, in his house, already had the gilded hilt and pommel. The stripe of Vair had mightiness already, as did the Giochi Galli and Barucci, Fifanti, and Zacchetti, and those who blush for the bushel. And the stock from which sprang from Calfucci was already mighty, and Sizzi and Arrigucci were already raised to high office. Oh, how great were those I saw, whom pride laid low, and the gold balls in all of her great actions flowered Florence. Such were the ancestors of those who now, whenever bishop sees are vacant, grow fat as they sit in church consistories. The breed so arrogant and dragon-like in chasing him who flees, but lamb-like, meek to him who shows his teeth or else his purse, was on the rise already, but of stock so mean that Ubertine Donato, when his father-in-law made him kin to them, was scarcely pleased. Already Caponsacco had come from Fiesole down to the market. Already citizens of note were Judah and Infangato. I shall tell a thing incredible and true. The gateway through the inner walls were named for the Della Pera. All those whose arms bear part of the fair and sign of the great Baron, he whose memory and worth are honored on the feast of Thomas, received knighthood and privilege from him. Those he whose coat of arms has fringed that ensign has taken sides now with the populace. The Gualterotti and the Importuni were there already. Where the Borgo spared new neighbors, it would still be tranquil there. The house of Amadei, with which your sorrows began, by reason of its just resentment, which ruined you and ended years of gladness, were honored then, as were its close companions. O Buondelmonte, through another's counsel, you fled your wedding pledge and brought such evil. Many would now rejoice, who still lament, if when you first approached the city, God had given you unto the river Emma. But Florence, in her final peace, was fated to offer up unto that mutilated stone guardian upon her bridge a victim. These were the families, and others with them, The Florence that I saw in such repose that there was nothing to have caused her sorrow. These were the families, with them I saw her people so acclaimed and just, that on her staff the lily never was reversed, nor was it made blood red by factious hatred.
Okay, so here Donnie's great-grandfather is recounting the glory of Florence and explaining why Florence ultimately declined. Okay, so for the grandfather, what's the main reason why Florence declined? If you talk to any old person, okay, it's always this reason. What is it? What led to the decline of Florence?
Excess and arrogance?
No. Maybe that's Dante, but here it's different. This is the great grandfather, and he's like, this is why Florence went down. Yes.
People's greed towards materials and like money.
Yeah, but where did that come from? Where did this materialism come from?
Chase for power.
What caused? Yes.
Factious hatred.
No. What's causing this materialism? What's causing this hatred? Come on. I mean, like, you just talk to your grandparents, right? And like your grandparents were like, yeah, before this was a great neighborhood, but then what happened? Before this was a lovely neighborhood and everyone got along great, but then
Maybe something about the young people.
No, what happened, guys?
Maybe people became selfish.
No.
Someone new came into the neighborhood.
Immigrants! Goddamn immigrants! Again, this is not a political correct class, okay? Why is immigration bad? Why is immigration bad?
It puts into conflict people with different cultures.
Okay, yes, it creates a cultural clash, yes. What else?
Because the values they hold is different.
Exactly, okay? Your values change. Before, these old families were dedicated to helping other people around them, helping their neighbors. But when you have people with so many values come in, like that are different from yours, what's your only solution to this problem of immigration?
Like exclude them so you have your own society, communities.
Okay, so exclusion, but I'm saying, how do you unite the entire city? Through what?
To be more conservative.
The old people, yes?
Assimilation, maybe, like.
But how do you assimilate them?
Yeah. Oh, your stuff is cool too. We accept everything. Like everything's cool. We are sellable.
So materialism?
Money. Do you understand? If you have immigrants come in, everyone shares different values. The only value that you have to unify society is money, right? And money leads to the separation of selfishness, right? That's why you can no longer change the world, because that's Western imperialism. It has to be yourself, separate yourself, okay? And how do you do that? Go make a lot of money. So this is a pattern throughout human history, okay? You think that, oh, look, isn't it great that if you work hard, you can be a trillionaire? No, it's not. I mean, how about contributing to your community? How about working hard to create families? How about making a safe and moral society? Right? But you're not taught that. You're taught just go make a lot of money and be yourself and celebrate yourself. And if you want to be gay, great. Okay? Does that make sense? All right. So again, this is not politically correct, okay? But again, we're trying to examine why societies decline. And so you have, Donnie's saying, you have immigrants, you have homosexuality, you have factionalism, you have economic pressure, okay? And are they true today? Yeah, they're very much true today. So according to Dante, we are very much a society in decline. Does anyone want to argue against this? Like, I don't want to be seen as brainwashing you, okay? Do you want to argue against this? Yes, thank you.
Well, with immigration, I want to point out that, for example, with World War II in Europe, when many people were persecuted, they came to see the United States as the promised land and where you won't be persecuted. So a lot of the best scientists and intellectuals and whoever it is went to America. So, immigration can create kind of more vibrancy in society.
Sure. Yeah, that's a great argument. Yes?
The population decline. So like you bring people because your culture doesn't make enough children to finance your society.
Yeah, but why is your population declining?
I don't know.
No, you do know why population is declining. It's because
It's too expensive. People make less kids.
Well, come on, man.
It's a lack of social mobility.
Yeah, lack of social mobility, homosexuality, narcissism. Okay, do you understand? So population decline is a symptom of society decline, and immigration is just a short-term remedy. It's not a long-term solution. Yes?
Population could also decline because the cost of raising a child is increased.
Yeah, exactly. But that's also a society in decline, right? Where young people can no longer afford to have families. Okay? Yes?
Maybe because the people just do not believe in God because they believe in money, and money can help themselves, right? But
yeah, the lack of religion, right? Okay. Okay. But I'm saying, like, argue against Dante, okay? And what Carol says is, yeah, but immigration allows for more vibrancy, allows for more creativity, right? And also, like, if you don't let in immigrants, your society is going to decline even further, even faster. Yes? Anyone else to argue against this?
In more developed economies, immigrant workers are often a cheaper source of labor.
But is that a good thing? Like, let's bring in poor people to exploit.
To
I mean,
exploit
like,
them.
I mean, really?
For the capitalists, it's a good thing.
Right. I'm sure it is. Any other arguments against this? Yes?
I think it helps with unity in the world because, like, if every culture is represented in every country, then it creates unity and we all move together towards one path.
Exactly. So you look at the World Cup, right? America right now is hosting the World Cup. You go to every stadium, it's packed with different cultures, and they're all celebrating together, right? So multiculturalism, sure. What else? Yes?
Yeah, like multiculturalism kind of brings you different perspectives so that you can actually debate between values. You kind of examine truth from different lenses and perspectives. So it gives you, maybe it might get you closer to the truth. So that's why I think the Pope actually last month met with the Muslim leader. So the two of them had a talk. So it's like be more embracing of a different religion, culture, perspective.
Right, okay. So it makes everyone much more tolerant, right? Much more open. That's great. Okay, so that's all great, but how do we explain to Dante the lack of creativity in our world today? Why is it in today's world no one is able to write the Divine Comedy? I actually can't remember the last good book I read or the last good movie I saw. I literally cannot. Yes.
For our needs, and we stop suffering, and so we don't need to engage in anything difficult. Also because of technology, everything is simple for us, and so it's just we have nothing to talk about or no energy that can make us create new stuff.
Okay, you're absolutely right. Yes?
I think people right now are too material and not spiritual enough.
Yeah, but why would that lead to a decline in creativity, right? Because in theory, if you can make $1 trillion writing a Divine Comedy, why don't you go write it? Right? Yes?
People lost their love. People are hopeless, and they just care about their job, about money, but not about spiritual things.
Yeah. People have. Yes, go ahead.
I think I want to add on to that because people are not only too materialistic, they're also like we haven't been this spiritually away from ourselves, from our inner world. I mean, we've never been like this because you see all the religions, the Buddhism, all that thing dating back in thousands of years ago. But now, like, I don't it's a small portion of the society who still talk about this, I think.
Right, exactly. Okay, so this is really interesting because if Dante were to come today to look at our world, he'd be like, this is a lot worse than my world, man. Because regardless of how bad things were back then, at least they had roots, right? At least they had family and community, a sense of like each other. Whereas today we are all rootless, right? We have no history. We have no culture. We have no tradition. If you say these things, then they'll say you're racist or you're a bigot. Okay, I mean, right? Okay, so it makes you really think about what is really valuable in society. Okay, so let's go to Cantos 17, please.
Canto 17. Behold the beast who bears the pointed tail, who crosses mountains, shatters weapons, walls. Behold the one whose stench fills all the world. So did my guide begin to speak to me, and then he signaled him to come ashore close to the end of those stone passageways. And he came on that filthy effigy of fraud and landed with his head and torso, but did not draw his tail onto the bank. The face he wore was that of a just man. So gracious was his features' outer semblance, and all his trunk, the body of a serpent. He had 2 paws, with hair up to the armpits. His back and chest, as well as both his flanks, had been adorned with twining knots and circlets. No Turks or Tartars ever fashioned fabrics more colorful in background and relief, nor had Arachne ever loomed such webs. As boats will sometimes lie along the shore, with part of them on land and part in water, and just as there among the guzzling Germans, the beaver sets himself when he means war, so did that squalid beast lie on the margin of stone that serves as border for the sand. And all his tail was quivering in the void, while twisting upward an envenomed fork, which had a tip just like a scorpion's. My guide said, "Now we'd better bend our path a little, till we reach as far as that malicious beast which crouches over there." Thus we descended on the right-hand side and moved 10 paces on the stony brink in order to avoid the sand and fire. When we had reached the sprawling beast, I saw a little farther on upon the sand some sinners sitting near the fissured rock. And here my master said to me, "So that you may experience this ring in full, go now and see the state in which they are. But keep your conversation with them brief. Till you return, I'll parley with these beasts to see if he can lend us his strong shoulders." So I went on alone and even farther along the 7 circles' outer margin to where the melancholy people sat. Despondency was bursting from their eyes, beside them that their hands kept fending off at times the flames, at times the burning soil. Not otherwise do dogs in summer, now with muzzle, now with paw, when they're bitten by fleas or gnats or by the sharp gadfly. When I had set my eyes upon the faces of some on whom that painful fire falls, I recognized no one. But I did notice that from the neck of each a purse was hung that had a special color and an emblem, and their eyes seemed to feast upon these pouches. Looking about when I had come among them, I saw a yellow purse with azure on it, that had the face and manner of a lion. Then, as I let my eyes move farther on, I saw another purse that was blood red, and it displaced a goose more whiter than butter, and one who had an azure pregnant sow inscribed as emblem on his white pouch, said to me, "What are you doing in this pit? Now you be off, and since you're still alive, remember that my neighbor Battagliano shall yet sit here upon my left-hand side. Among these Florentines I'm Paduan. I often hear them thunder in my ears, shouting, 'Now let the sovereign cavalier, the one who'll bring the purse with 3 goats, come.' At this he slewed his mouth, and then he stuck his tongue out like an ox that licks its nose. And I, afraid that any longer stay might anger him who'd warned me to be brief, made me back from those exhausted souls. I found my guide, who had already climbed upon the back of that brute animal, and he told me, 'Be strong and daring now, for our descent is by this kind of stairs you mount in front. I want to be between, so that the tail can't do you any harm.' As one who feels the cord and fever near and shivers with his nails already blue, the sight of shade enough to make him shudder. So I became when I had heard these words, but then I felt the threat of shame which makes a servant in his kind lord's presence brave. I settled down on those enormous shoulders. I wished to say, and yet my voice did not come as I thought. See that you hold me tight, but he who other times in other dangers sustained me, just as soon as I had mounted, clasped me within his arms and propped me up and said, now, Gurion, move on. Take care to keep your circles wide, your landing slow. Remember the new weight you're carrying. Just like a boat that, starting from its moorings, moves backward, so that beast took off, and when he felt himself completely clear, he turned his tail to where his chest had been, and having stretched it, moved it like an eel, and with his paws he gathered in the air. I do not think that there was greater fear in Phaethon when he let his reins go free, for which the sky, as one still sees, was scorched, nor in poor Icarus when he could feel his sides unwinged because the wax was melting. His father shouting to me, that way's wrong, than was in me when on all sides I saw that I was in the air, and everything had faded from my sight except the beast. Slowly, slowly swimming, he moves on, he wheels and he descends, but I feel only the wind upon my face and the wind rising. Already on our right I heard the torrent resounding there beneath us horribly, so that I stretched my neck and looked below. Then I was more afraid of falling off, for I saw fires and I heard laments, at which I tremble, crouching and hold fast. And now I saw what I had missed before, his wheeling and descent, because great torments were drawing closer to us on all sides. Just as a falcon long upon the wing, who seeing neither lure nor bird compels the falconer to cry, on me you fall, descends exhausted in 100 circles where he had once been swift, and sets himself embittered and enraged far from his master. Such at the bottom of the jagged rock was Gurion when he had set us down, and once our weight was lifted from his back, he vanished like an arrow from a bow.
Okay, so 2 points. The first point is that to descend from the circle of violence to the circle of fraud, okay, and quite honestly, the circle of fraud will occupy about a third of the Divine Comedy. Okay, we're in Canto 17. There's 34 cantos in Inferno. We're halfway through, so most of the time we'll actually spend in the circle of fraud, as well as the circle of treachery. What takes them down to the circle is a beast called the Geryon. The Geryon has the face of an honest man, a very good-looking man that you trust, but it has the tail of a scorpion. Okay, so it can sting you at any time. So that's what fraud is. Okay, fraud seduces you into believing something and then stings you. Okay, that's the first point. Second point is that while Virgil is taming the Geryon, Dante is looking around and he meets these moneylenders who are buried in the sand. What traps them in the ground are these purses of money, right? So this is a fitting punishment, because in life they trapped or they enslaved others with debt, right? With interest. So they're getting a taste of their own medicine, and that's what hell is. The pain that you cause unto others, you yourself will feel for all of eternity. Okay. All right. So let's. Any questions before we move on? Are we clear? Okay. So that's circle of violence. Now we descend to the circle of fraud, which is the majority of the Divine Comedy. Okay. Inferno, 18.
Inferno, Canto 18. There is a place in hell called Malebolge.
So Malebolge is the name of the circle, okay? The circle of fraud. And there are different ditches for different frauds, okay?
Made all of stone, the color of crude iron, as is the wall that makes its way around it. Right in the middle of this evil field is an abyss, a broad and yawning pit whose structure I shall tell in its due place. The belt then that extends between the pit and that hard, steep wall space is circular. Its bottom has been split into 10 valleys. Just as where moat on moat surrounds a castle in order to keep guard upon the walls, the ground they occupy will form a pattern, so that the valleys here form a design, and as such fortresses have bridges running right from their thresholds toward the outer bank. So here across the banks and ditches ridges ran from the base of that rock wall until the pit that cuts them short and joins them all. This was the place in which we found ourselves ourselves when Gurion had put us down. The poet held to the left, and I walked at his back. Upon the right, I saw new misery. I saw new tortures and new torturers filling the first of Malebolge's moats. Along its bottom, naked sinners moved to our side of the middle, facing us. Beyond that, they moved with us, but more quickly. As in the year of Jubilee, the Romans, confronted by great crowds, contrived a plan that let the people pass across the bridge. For to one side went all who had their eyes upon the castle, heading toward St. Peter's, and to the other those who faced the mount. Both left and right along the somber rock, I saw horned demons with enormous whips who lashed those spirits cruelly from behind. Ah, how their first strokes made those sinners lift their heels. Indeed, no sinner waited for a second stroke to fall or for a third. And as I moved ahead, my eyes met those of someone else, and suddenly I said, I was not spared the sight of him before. And so I stayed my steps to study him. My gentle guide had stopped together with me and gave me leave to take a few steps back. That scourged soul thought that he could hide himself by lowering his face. It helped him little, for I said, You, who cast your eyes upon the ground, if these your features are not false, must be Venedico Caccianemico. But what brings you to sauces so piquant? And he to me, I speak unwillingly, but your plain speech that brings the memory of the old world to me is what compels me. For it was I who led Gisolabella to do as the Marquis would have her do, however they retell that filthy tale. I'm not the Bolognese who weeps here. Indeed, this place is so crammed full of us that not so many tongues have learned to say sipa between the Savenna and Renno. If you want faith and testament of that, just call to mind our avaricious hearts. And as he spoke, a demon cudgeled him with his horsewhip and cried, Be off, you pimp. There are no women here for you to trick. I joined.
Okay, so these are pimps, right? These are people who sold their sisters or others to wealthy men. And Venedico is one of them. And for their punishment, they're being whipped around by demons, okay? Which is what they did in real life to their sisters or to their daughters, or they're just pimps, okay? Keep on going.
Line 67. I joined my escort once again, and then with but few steps, we came upon a place where from the bank a rocky ridge ran out. We climbed quite easily along that height, and turning right upon its jagged back, we took our leave of those eternal circlings. When we had reached the point where that ridge opens below to leave a passage for the lashed, my guide said, Stay and make sure that the sight of still more ill-born spirits strikes your eyes, for you have not yet seen their faces since they have been moving in our own direction. From the old bridge, we looked down at the ranks of those approaching from the other side. They too were driven onward by the lash. And my good master, though I had not asked, urged me, Look at that mighty one who comes and does not seem to shed a tear of pain. How he still keeps the image of a king. That shade is Jason, who with heart and head deprived the men of Colchis of their ram. He made a landfall in the Isle of Lemnos after its women, bold and pitiless, had given all their island males to death. With polished words and love signs he took in Hypsipyle, the girl whose own deception had earlier deceived the other women. And he abandoned her alone and pregnant. Such guilt condemns him to such punishment. And for Medea too revenge is taken. With him go those who cheated so. This is enough for you to know of that first valley and of the souls it clamps within its jaws.
Does anyone know the story of Jason and Medea? Jason and Medea. Jason is of the Argonauts, right? And with Medea's help, he is able to retrieve the golden fleece. So he takes Medea home to Greece. They marry together. They have children together. But then in order for Jason to climb even higher, he marries a princess and betrays Medea. So what does Medea do? Do you guys know the story? Can you guys guess what she does?
Did she kill her kids?
Yeah, she killed her kids. Yeah. It's I mean like Greek tragedy. It's such a yeah, but she killed her two young kids as to avenge her betrayal. Okay. All right. So, yeah. Okay. Keep on going.
Line 100. We were already where the narrow path reaches and intersects the second bank and serves as shoulder for another bridge. We heard the people whine in the next pouch and heard them as they snorted with their snouts. We heard them use their palms to beat themselves. And exhalations rising from above stuck to the banks, encrusting them with mold, and so waged war against both eyes and nose. The bottom is so deep we found no spot to see it from except by climbing up the arch until the bridge's highest point. This was the place we reached. The ditch beneath held people plunged in excrement that seemed as if it had been poured from human privies. And while my eyes searched that abysmal sight, I saw one with a head so smeared with shit, I could not see if he were lay or cleric.
Okay, so let's be on this, okay? What did you do in real life that will warrant you basically awash in shit for all eternity? You're just basically swimming in shit, drowning in shit for all eternity. What did you do in life? What was your problem? Anyone? We have the punishment, right? Which is you just, swim in shit. What did you do in real life to warrant this?
Like shit on other people. Like put other people in like such a situation. So.
No, I mean, sure. Bullshit, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Right? Flattery. Bullshit. Yes. You're just BSing other people all the time, okay? So now you're just drowning in it. Keep on going.
118. He howled. Why do you stare more greedily at me than at the others who are filthy? And I, because if I remember right, I have seen you before with your hair dry, and so I eye you more than all. You're Alessio Intermine of Lucca. Then he continued, pounding on his pate. I'm plunged here because of flatteries of which my tongue had such sufficiency, at which my guide advised me. See you thrust your head a little farther to the front so that your eyes can clearly glimpse the face of that besmirched, bedraggled harridan who scratched at herself with shit-filled nails. And now she crouches, now she stands upright. That is Thais, the harlot who returned her lover's question. Are you very grateful to me by saying, yes, enormously. And now our site has had its fill of this.
Okay, all right. So another major characteristic of a site in decline, of course, is fraud, right? Fraud. It's just like you can't trust each other anymore, right? Is fraud an issue today? Yeah, it's a huge issue today, okay? Yes?
Did you know that 80% of all 刑事 cases, criminal cases in Haidian are internet fraud?
Yes, okay. The internet, right?
And now we have AI. We have deep fake. It's all down.
Yeah, exactly. AI, right? So we live in a world of fraud. Like it's literally now impossible to tell what is fake news, right? It's really hard, okay? And it's really hard now to trust other people. And so this is also a symptom of a society in decline. Why is this a problem? Why is this a problem? Yes?
A lot of wasted energy.
Okay.
People wasting their imagination defrauding people, and people wasting their imagination trying not to get cheated.
Yeah, it's impossible to work together. Do you understand? Right? It's impossible to make promises. It's impossible to make contracts. It's impossible to cooperate anymore, okay? Yeah. Okay, let's keep on going.
Canto 19. As Simon Magus, Oh, his sad disciples, rapacious ones who take the things of God that ought to be the brides of righteousness, and make them fornicate for gold and silver. The time has come to let the trumpet sound for you. Your place is here and in this third pouch. We had already reached the tomb beyond and climbed onto the ridge where its high point hangs just above the middle of the ditch. O highest wisdom, how much art you show in heaven, earth, and this sad world below, how just your power is when it allots. Along the sides and down along the bottom, I saw that livid rock was perforated. The openings were all one width and round. They did not seem to me less broad or more than those in my handsome San Giovanni, when were made to serve as basins for baptizing. And one of these not many years ago, I broke for someone who was drowning in it, and let this be my seal to set men straight. Out from the mouth of each hole there emerged a sinner's feet and so much of his legs up to the thigh. The rest remained within. Both souls of every sinner were on fire. Their joints were writhing with such violence they would have severed withes and ropes of grass. As flame on oily things will only stir along the outer surface, so there too that fire made its way from heels to toes. Master, I said, who's that shade who suffers and quivers more than all his other comrades, that sinner who's licked by redder flames? And he to me, if you would have me lead you down along the steepest of the banks, from him you'll learn about his self and sins. And I, what pleases you will please me too. You are my Lord. You know I do not swerve from what you will. You know what is unspoken. At this we came upon the fourth embankment. We turned and keeping to the left, ascended into the narrow perforated bottom. My good Lord did not let me leave his side until he'd brought me to the hole that held that sinner who lamented with his legs. Whoever you may be, dejected soul, whose head is downward planted like a pole, my words began, do speak if you're able. I stood as does the friar who confesses the foul assassin who fixed fast head down calls back the friar and so delays his death. And he cried out, are you already standing there, O Boniface? The book has lied to me by several years. Are you so quickly sated with the riches for which you do not fear to take by guile the lovely lady than to violate her? And I became like those who stand as if they have been mocked, who cannot understand what has been said to them and can't respond. But Virgil said, tell this to him at once. I'm not he, not who you think I am. And I replied as I was told to do. At this the spirit twisted both his feet, and sighing and with a despairing voice he said, what is it then you want of me? If you have crossed the bank and climbed so far to find out who I am, then know that I was one of those who wore the mighty mantle, and surely was the son of the she-bear, so eager to advance the cubs that I pursued well above, while here I pursed myself. Below my head there is the place of those who took the way of simony before me, and they are stuffed within the clefts of stone. I too shall yield my place and fall below when he arrives, the one for whom I had mistaken you when I was quick to question. But I have baked my feet a longer time, have stood like this upon my head, than he to stand planted here with scarlet feet. For after him one uglier in deeds will come, a lawless shepherd from the west, worthy to cover him and cover me. He'll be a second Jason, of whom we read in Maccabees, and just as Jason's king was soft to him, so shall the king of France be soft to this one. And I do not know if I was too rash here. I answered so. Then tell me now, how much gold did our Lord ask that St. Peter give to him before he placed the keys within his care? Surely the only thing he said was, follow me. And Peter and the others never asked for gold or silver when they chose Matthias to take the place of the transgressing soul. Stay as you are, for you're rightly punished, and guard with care the money got by evil that made you so audacious against Charles. And were it not that I am still prevented by reverence for those exalted keys that you had held within the happy life, I'd utter words much heavier than these, because your avarice afflicts the world. It tramples on the good, lifts up the wicked. You, shepherds, the evangelist had noticed when he saw her who sits upon the waters, and realized she fornicates with kings. She who was born with 7 heads and had the power and support of the 10 horns, as long as virtue was her husband's pleasure. You've made yourselves a god of gold and silver. How are you different from the idolaters, save that they worship one and you 100? Ah, Constantine, what wickedness was born, and not from your conversion, from the dower that you bestowed upon the first rich father. And while I sang such notes to him, whether it was his indignation or his conscience that bit him, he kicked hard with both his soles. I do indeed believe it pleased my guide. He listened always with such satisfied expression to the sound of those true words. And then he gathered me in both his arms, and when he had me fast against his chest, where he climbed down before, climbed upward now, nor did he tire of clasping me until he brought me to the summit of the arch that crosses from the fourth to the fifth rampart. And here he gently set his burdens down, gently, because the ridge was rough and steep, and would have been a rugged pass for goats, for there another valley lay before me.
Okay, so this is another one of Dante's tirades against the church, against church corruption, okay? So the crime, the sin that is being punished here is simony, okay? What simony is it's very common at this time for the church to sell holy relics to people. And this was very profitable, right? Because think about it, right? It's the church. So, and a lot of these relics were fake, but even if they weren't fake, you shouldn't do that, right? You shouldn't sell holy relics to the highest bidder. What is the modern day equivalent of simony?
Selling offices.
Excuse me?
Selling offices?
Selling offices. Well, they did do that back then as well, okay? So that's not the same. But someone else selling simony, yes?
Maybe taxes are similar.
Taxes. Can you explain?
Well, you pay taxes, and in return, the state promise you that you're safe and yeah, you have a better life.
Okay, so simony is a crime. The church, even the church condones simony, right? Because simony is named after Simon Magus, who was the first heretic in the Catholic Church. So simony is a bad thing. Everyone knows it's a bad thing. They kept on doing it. So I'm saying, so in our modern world, what would the equivalent be of simony?
Selling credentials.
Excuse me?
Credentials. Selling credentials.
Yeah, that's a really good example, right? Selling diplomas, right? And do universities engage in selling diplomas?
Oh, legacies.
No. It's actually not just that. How do universities engage in selling credentials? Do you guys know?
Increase the tuition every year.
No.
They receive donations.
Yeah, they receive donations. Yes, okay, yeah, right. Okay, so donations, but also like summer school, continuing education. Like there are lots of ways in which universities sell their credentials, okay? Any other examples? Yes?
Luxury items, so like very expensive bags or like symbolic items which don't hold value, truly.
Right, but so the idea of simony is corruption, right? You're just abusing your power and profiting from it. So if you're a luxury goods retailer, I mean that's not corruption, right? So it has to be like a trusted authority. It could be university, it could be government, it could be the church. Okay. Anyone? Any other examples? All right, that's fine. Let's. Yes.
Cryptocurrency.
Excuse me?
Cryptocurrency.
Can you explain?
Well, right, a holy relic is in itself. Well, if the richest people in the world agree that something is of value and you assign value to it, you give it an authority, the rest of society would follow. Similar to the holy relic, right? I assign this relic. I don't know if that makes sense.
Right. Yeah. So I think your example is the very best. Okay. Because what's the equivalent of the church today? It's the universities, right? They have the most authority. They're the people who they are the most trusted institution. And the fact that if you just give them a donation, they're going to fast track your child Have you been following the news? Stanford, there's a huge case in Stanford about this, right? There are lots of examples. Okay, but again, Yale would never do this. So, right. Okay, let's go like Inferno 20.
Okay. Inferno Canto 20. I must make verses of new punishment and offer matter now for Canto 20 of this first canticle of the submerged. I was already well prepared to stare below into the depth that was disclosed, where tears of anguished sorrow bathed the ground. In the valley circle I saw souls advancing, mute and weeping at the pace that in our world holy processions take. As I declined my head still more, I saw that each amazingly appeared contorted between the chin, and where the chest begins, they had their faces twisted toward their haunches and found it necessary to walk backward because they could not see ahead of them.
Okay, all right, so this is funny, okay? But like the punishment is that the people walk around and their heads are twisted backwards. So they only see behind them. They can never see in front of them. What was their crime in life? What was their sin? What did they do? This is ironic, right? These are people who are going to look behind them.
Fortune teller.
Exactly, right? These are fortune tellers. These are people who lie to you, who defraud you and tell you that they could see into the future, and they will give you their future. And as punishment, they can only look backwards. Okay. Keep on going.
Line 16. Perhaps the force of policy has so fully distorted some, but that I've yet to see, and I do not believe that that can be. May God so let you, reader, gather fruit from what you read, and now think for yourself how I could ever keep my own face dry. When I beheld my image so nearby and so awry that tears down from the eyes bathed the buttocks running down the cleft. Of course I wept leaning against a rock along that rugged ridge, so that my guide told me, "Are you as foolish as the rest? Here pity only lives when it is dead. For who can be more impious than he who links God's judgment to passivity? Lift your head and see the one for whom the earth was opened while the Thebans watched, so that they all cried, Amphiaraos, where are you rushing? Have you quit the fight?" Nor did he interrupt his downward plunge to Minos, who lays hands on every sinner. See how he's made a chest out of its shoulders, and since he wanted so to see ahead, he looks behind and walks a backward path. And so Tiresias, who changed his mien when from a man he turned into a woman, so totally transforming all his limbs, that then he had to strike once more upon the two entwining serpents with his wand before he had his manly plumes again. And Aruns is the one who backs against the belly of Tiresias, Aruns who, in loony tales tilled by the Carrese, who lived below, had as his home a cave among white marbles, from which he could gaze at stars and sea with unimpeded view. And she who covers up her breasts, which you can't see with her disheveled locks, who keeps all of her hairy parts to the far side, was Manto, who had searched through many lands, then settled in the place where I was born. On this I'd have you hear me now a while. When Mentos' father took his leave of life, and Bacchus' city found itself enslaved, she wandered through the world for many years. High up in lovely Italy, beneath the Alps that shut in Germany above Tirolo, lies a lake known as Binaco. 1,000 springs and more, I think, must flow out of the waters of that lake to bathe Pennino, Garda, Val Camonica. And in its middle is a place where the bishops of Verona, Brescia, Trento, may bless if they should chance to come that way. Peschiera, strong and handsome fortress, built to face the Brescians and the Bergamasques, stands when the circling shore is at its lowest. There all the waters that cannot be held within the bosom of Binaco fall to form a river running through green meadows. No sooner has that stream begun to flow than it is called the Mincio, not Binaco, until Governolo, where it joins the Po. It's not flowed far before it finds flat land, and there it stretches out to form a fen that in the summer can at times be fetid. And when she passed that way, the savage virgin saw land along the middle of the swamp, untilled and stripped of its inhabitants. And there to flee all human intercourse, she halted with her slaves to ply her arts, and there she lived, there left her empty body. And afterward the people of those parts collected at that place, because the marsh surrounding it on all sides made it strong. They built a city over her dead bones, and after her who first had picked that spot, they called it Mantua. They cast no lots. There once were far more people in its walls before the foolishness of Casalodi was tricked by the deceit of Pinamonte. Therefore, I charge you, if you ever hear a different tale of my town's origin, do not let any falsehood gull the truth. And I, O Master, that which you have spoken convinces me and so compels my trust that others' words would only be spent coals. But tell me if among the passing souls you see some spirits worthy of our notice, because my mind is bent on that alone. Then he to me, that shade who spreads his beard down from his cheeks across his swarthy shoulders when Greece had been so emptied of its males that hardly any cradle held a son, he was an augur, and at Aulis he and Calchas set the time to cut the cables. His name's Eurypylus. A certain passage of my high tragedy has sung its soul. You know that well enough who know the whole. The other there, his flanks extremely spare, was Michael Scott, a man who certainly knew how the game of magic fraud was played. See there Guido Bonatti, see Asdente, who now would wish he had attended to his cord and leather, but repents too late. See those sad women who had left their needle, shuttle and spindle to become diviners. They cast their spells with herbs and effigies, but let us go. Cain with his thorns already is at the border of both hemispheres, and there below Seville touches the sea. Last night the moon was at its full. You should be well aware of this, for there were times when it did you no harm in the deep wood. These were his words to me. Meanwhile, we journeyed.
Okay, so this is about the fortune tellers, okay? They are condemned to always walk with their head turned backwards. So they can never see in front of them, they can only see behind them. And Dante spends a lot of time talking about all these fortune tellers and sages of antiquity, okay? Tiresias is a really famous fortune teller, the most famous oracle in Greek mythology. The man who told Oedipus that he in fact did kill his father and slept with his mother. Okay, Tiresias. Why is Dante spending so much time on the fortune tellers? What is his problem with fortune tellers or oracles? I mean, isn't he an oracle? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I think that's why the Bible speaks against this kind of fortune telling. It's one of the biggest sins. It's because you denied yourself a free will. Because once you have been given, oh, tomorrow you will die or whatever, and you're like, oh, you're going to self-fulfill that prophecy. So like whatever the fortune teller tells you kind of sets your path, and you don't have the free will to live out your life anymore. Okay, that's one possibility, right? Just to deny you free will, right? Because if you remember the story of Oedipus Rex, right? He was told, his father was told, your son will kill you and marry your wife. He became so afraid that he abandoned his son, or he tried to have his son killed, which then set in motion this prophecy. Okay, and then when Oedipus was adopted by another royal family in his teenage years, he heard this prophecy and he ran away from his father, which then completed the prophecy, because on his way to Thebes, he would get in conflict with his father, with the king, his father, and kill him. And then he'd go and solve the riddle of the Sphinx, and then which would allow him to marry his mother, okay, and become king of Thebes. So this, so the idea of free will, right? You can choose whatever you want. It's hampered by these prophecies, because then you're just a pawn in the game of the gods, right? Okay, like this prophecy is the idea like the gods want things a certain way,
And that's why they give you this prophecy in order to manipulate you into behaving the way that they want. Okay? Yes. Any other explanations for why Dante really doesn't like these fortune tellers? He doesn't really like the idea of fortune telling. Yes.
If you're a big fortune teller, if you become a famous fortune teller, the net effect is you're using the total amount of imagination that your population or the people that you preach to have. So
Right.
it really is restricting the level of creativity, imagination that God ultimately wants to grow, not shrink.
Sure. Yes. Exactly. And also, a lot of these fortune tellers are doing it for profit, right? They often do it to make money. Yes.
Yeah, because fortune teller just keep telling you that everything is fake. It's fixed. You can't change. So it means that there's no free will, and you can just choose what you want, and you just listen. So some people may be against this, and some people agree with that. But whatever you agree or disagree, the fortune telling just try to disturb you and change your original will.
Okay. Yes. Anyone else? Have you guys? Did you remember the book of Exodus when Moses gets in a fight with the priests of the Pharaoh, and they have like this magic contest? Can you talk about that, Carol? Or
is it when they were leaving and so they had against the 10 gods of the Pharaoh? Is that what it is? Before they leave?
Yes.
Battle of the gods.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So basically Moses was like, yeah, Israelites have to go out of Egypt. And the king of Egypt was like, no, we want to slave you, free labor. So then they put up the contest between the gods. So there were the 10 plagues. So each plague was against each god of the Egyptians.
Yes. Okay. So there's actually quite a few of these contests in the Bible. Okay. The prophet, to prove himself, he must go to war with other fortune tellers, with other diviners to prove that I am truly the messenger from heaven. Okay. And to do that, I'm going to show that every one of you is fake and false. Does that make sense? So Dante, I mean, there are many motivations, but one major motivation is that Dante is trying to prove that he is the ultimate prophet by showing that every other fortune teller is just a fraud. Okay, does that make sense? Okay, so then let me ask, yes?
There's a part in the passage where Dante actually has he has a kind of an unusual reaction. He feels kind of sad looking at the creatures with their head backwards, right?
Yes,
like, so
but that's Dante's reaction to everyone, right? It's like, I pity this.
Okay.
And it goes back to the idea of Aristotle, like, why is it important to watch theater? Like, why is it important to go to theater? And why is theater, yes?
You see the tragedy of yourself in them.
Yes, exactly, right? This is part of something called the catharsis process. He is in hell to purge himself of his fear and his pride and his anger. And the way you do that is by pitying other people. And this is what creates the catharsis and allows you to be a new person.
I mean, back to the La Commedia, right? Like, initially Dante called this La Commedia. It was only afterwards that he was proven to be divine, right?
Right.
So I'm wondering if he's kind of worried too, like if this is, I'm only doing like, if I'm not fully channeling the divine here, will I end up in the same situation here?
Sure. But he's pretty confident that he is the true prophet, okay? Otherwise, he would not be writing the Divine Comedy. What proves that he is the true prophet to Dante? If you're a fortune teller and you predict something, right? Then that shows you are the true prophet. But Dante doesn't do that. So how does Dante prove he's the true prophet? And he's able to convince a lot of people he's a true prophet. How?
Before the plague came?
Well, he died before the plague, right? The beauty of his poetry, right? Does that make sense? It's so beautiful that you're moved to tears and you are convinced that he must be the prophet, right? Because otherwise, how else could he have conjured up such beautiful poetry? Okay? Let me ask you this question, and we'll end because we've been going a long time. and we'll try to finish Divine Comedy over the next 2 days. So in our present day, what kind of people will be condemned to hell with their heads turned backwards? And like, I don't know the answer, but I'm just curious as to who you might think would be condemned to hell with this sort of punishment. And again, I don't know the answer. I'm just asking you guys, who you think might deserve such a punishment. We don't have fortune tellers today, right? But what kind of people?
There are a lot of fortune tellers today. Actually, fortune telling is quite in vogue now in Asia and in China. Yeah.
Yes.
I think fake news, so like media, newspaper, like in a way to move public opinion so that it fulfills the prophecy that the media wants. Or
Yes.
People with an agenda, I guess you can call it fake news. People within it, the larger agenda, trying to make something happen, and then they're using all these channels for communication. They're restricting imagination, right? Going back to the concept of restricting people's imagination, trying to capture them into one reality that they want to have.
No, I happen to agree. I think very influential journalists today that clearly have an agenda. They are the modern day equivalent of fortune tellers, right? Because the way that you would influence a king is you would bribe a fortune teller to tell him what he wants to hear, and that would cause him to do what you wanted. And that's what journalists, podcasters, YouTube celebrities, but not me, of course. That's what they do, right? Yes?
Yeah, it goes back to imagination. If your act of broadcast, whatever the content that you put out, if that is it a net positive or a net negative on imagination, on people's ability to think for themselves, right?
Right. And how would you differentiate between good and bad?
No, people's ability to think for themselves, not necessarily good or bad, right? Right. If I inject something with emotion and I try to push it, force feed it to the larger population, that's going to be similar to fortune telling, right?
Yes.
I think people that are bad are those who trying to convince you into believing something without letting you even question it, or just without letting you know that you're being influenced by them. And your imagination is influenced or even narrowed down by them into believing something fixed that they want you to believe. But like you said, that's why I think you are not this kind of person, because you never like don't let us to imagine for ourselves and propose our own arguments against or not against you.
Okay, well, thank you for that. Any more comments?
Yeah, because I think Hollywood always make a lot of films, and all of the blockbusters just try to keep telling you some kind of to predict the future. For example, like Terminator, or some kind of films like that, Avatar, or maybe
Okay.
Again, that gives you a possible explanation, right? Not they're like trying to convince you this is what's gonna happen. They give you a possibility. So do you think that's also a fortune teller in a way that it?
Okay, all right. So I don't spend too much time on this idea, and also I'll get into trouble because you guys will name names, and then he'll interview me and he'll like shut at me for an hour. Okay, but like we have looked at a list of a society in decline. Okay, are there any major things that are missing from this list that you want to point out? So, for example, the idea of a meritocracy, which is an intense competition for fewer and fewer resources. You have access and arrogance, pride, fraud. You have the lack of social mobility, lack of openness, homosexuality, incest among the elite because they want to exclude everyone else, right? Too much self-love, too much self-indulgence, too much individuality, too much immigration. Yes?
I feel like extreme wealth inequality.
Yes, exactly. Great. Extreme wealth inequality, yes?
Self-indulgence.
Self-indulgence, yes?
Not being able to express one's own opinions.
Yes, censorship. Exactly. Exactly. That's very important. Yes, I want to write this down, okay? Sorry. Censorship. I mean, the fact that when we talked about homosexuality, like, you know, I'm nervous about being canceled on YouTube, right? And being stoned to death at Yale. Yes. Yes.
Increased. Dharma.
Yes.
I think censorship is a problem, but like in some, well, you can actually say whatever you want or like think whatever you want, but the fact that you cannot change
No, you
anything-
can't. No, you cannot. No, you cannot. If this were at Yale and I said, you know, homosexuality could be bad, I'd be in a lot of trouble.
Same with
I would get fired. I'm not joking here, okay? You cannot say whatever you want. You just can't. Yes?
Decreased trust in social institutions, including
Yes.
the media, the government.
Yes. That's really important,
educational
okay? The
institutions.
breakdown of authority. Yes. Exactly. The breakdown of authority. This is really important. The reality is that today, there are no institutions that can be trusted anymore, right? Before, in the United States, you had Congress, you had science, you had the military, you had universities. Now, none of these institutions are trusted. Yes?
To that point, also increased bureaucracy or power, like bureaucrats having a lot of power.
Yes.
and
Okay.
authority.
Yes.
Maybe postmodernism. So like the annihilation of all the trusted authorities before like the cancel culture movement.
Yes. We
Instead
call
of
this
building up,
we
get
call this
post-truth.
post-truth.
Yeah, post-truth
Right?
era.
Post-truth.
Yeah.
Right? You can't even talk about what's true or not. Yes?
I would say directed education, so giving one definition of what it means to be successful.
Exactly. Yes. A narrow definition of success. Yes. Yes?
Degradation in the aesthetic standards.
Okay, great. So I'm convinced we are totally screwed, okay? All right. So that's it for today. I'll see everyone tomorrow.